A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High School, and although, like most of our teachers, she possesses a higher-than-average intelligence, she also possesses the higher-than-average curiosity of most of our women, especially when it comes to weighing machines. There's nobody more concerned about the result than a female who has just deposited her penny in the slot.
Unless it's the male tub of lard who was on the scale when I got there. This happened last Wednesday after school. I was passing the drugstore and just happened to have a penny on me. Tuesday was payday. So I approached the weighing machine, and like I said, this brewery horse was stomping on the springs. And when he saw his weight on the little card, he looked around the drugstore, then made tracks for a sign saying girdle department. I calmly stepped aboard, and when my card came out, I glanced casually at my weight, chuckled as if to say, how much accuracy can you expect for a cent? And was just about to throw the card away when I noticed my fortune printed on the back. It said, a tall, dark man is coming into your life. Then, of course, I did drop the card. It landed in my purse, and I proceeded on home. By the next morning, I'd forgotten about it completely. As usual, I'd left word for Mrs. Davis, my landlady, to wake me at 7:30.
Connie. Oh, Connie.
Oh, what is it?
Better hurry, Connie. You've only got 20 minutes.
20 minutes? What time is it?
7:10, and you've only got 20 minutes to sleep.
Oh, fine. Well, come on in, Mrs. Davis.
Did you have a good night, Connie? I said, did you have a good night?
Good night, Mrs. Davis.
You better get up now, Connie. Here, I've brought you some fruit juice. Go on, Connie. Take a sip.
Oh, what kind of juice is this?
It's a combination. Pineapple, papaya, and passion fruit. It's a genuine Hawaiian recipe.
What do you stir it with, a ukulele?
After you drink it, we'll have a nice... Why, Connie, what's that little white card?
What little white card?
This one here on your night table. Let's see. It says, a tall, dark man is coming into your life. Now, who do you suppose that could be?
Well, it's not Sonny Tufts. He's a blonde.
Maybe they mean Mr. Philip Boynton.
The bashful biologist? No, Mrs. Davis. So far, he's managed to remain in the suburbs of my life.
Well, of course, I don't believe in fortunes on cards and crystal gazing and palm reading and all that nonsense. There is, however, a logical and scientific way to arrive at certain conclusions about one's personal destiny.
What's that, Mrs. Davis?
Tea leaves. Now, you hurry and get dressed, and I'll brew the tea. After breakfast, I'll give you a reading.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Oh, just a minute.
What is it, Connie?
Before I get out of bed, you better take that tall, dark man off my night table.
Finished with your tea, Connie?
Yes, Mrs. Davis.
Let's see now. Where are the leaves?
Well, most of them are in my teeth.
Here we are. There's plenty left for a reading. First, we revolve the cup 3 times slowly between our hands, then quickly turn it over onto the saucer. There. Well, what do you know? The weight card was right.
What?
There he is, right there in the cup. The tall, dark man who's coming into your life. Don't tell me you can't see him.
Oh, of course. For a minute, I didn't recognize him with all those tea leaves on.
This is an amazing coincidence, Connie. I'd like to get another reading, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Davis. It's always nice to be sure.
Well, what do you know about that?
I know, he's gone. Left town without even saying goodbye.
Connie, be serious. This is an amazing thing I see in this cup.
What now, Mrs. Davis?
I don't think I should tell you.
Why not?
Because you're not even married yet.
Oh, but I'm a big girl now. I'll have to find out sooner or later.
I never would have believed it. 3 of them.
3 tall, dark men?
No, Constance. 3 little ones.
3 little dark men?
Children. You're going to have 3 children.
Well, don't look so shocked, Mrs. Davis. Maybe they're his by a former marriage.
No, Connie, they're yours. But how can you keep your job at school if you've got to take care of... Oh, I know. I'll get Mrs. Fletcher. When my niece Bertha had the twins, Mrs. Fletcher took over completely.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mrs. Davis. Don't you think
Now,
it's a little
quiet,
soon?
Connie. You can't prepare too soon for this sort of thing. Now, where did I put Mrs. Fletcher's phone number? I better call...
I don't want Mrs. Fletcher. I'll take care of my kids myself.
Yes, that's the way you want it, Connie. After all, I'm only trying to be helpful.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. This tea leaf business is pretty fascinating. But I better get ready. Walter Denton's giving me a lift to school again.
Oh, is your car in the repair shop, Connie?
Yes, it is.
What's wrong with it this time?
Well, I can't be sure, but I think that Joe, the mechanic, and my car are that way about each other. Every time I try to separate them, the car blows a gasket. Oh, there's Walter now. I'll be right with you, Walter.
Oh, before you go, Connie, please do me one favor.
Certainly. What is it?
Promise me you'll be very careful today.
Careful? Oh, you mean about my fortune. Mrs. Davis, I give you my word of honor. I'll let you know in plenty of time to call Mrs. Fletcher. Walter, it's very nice of you to keep driving me to school like this.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Brooks. I don't like to take advantage of the fact that because your car is incapacitated and I can jump into the breach now and then, transportation-wise, that is, you can't very well refuse gracefully, but I'm telling you, you can before I even ask you. That's square enough, isn't it?
Square as things since Clyde McCoy. But being an English teacher, I practically understand you, Walter. Just what kind of advice do you need this morning?
Oh, it's a girl.
What's a girl?
Harriet Conklin.
Why, Walter Denton, you've been wearing your glasses again. What about Harriet?
I'm afraid it's a pretty long story.
That's all right. I have a pretty long ear.
Well, as you know, Miss Brooks, Harriet Conklin is the daughter of Mr. Conklin,
Granted.
who in turn is married to Harriet's mother, Mrs. Conklin. It all started the night before last. See, I told you it was a long story.
Only the way you tell it. Go ahead, Walter.
Well, the night before last, I had a date with Harriet to go to the movies. But when I got to her house to pick her up, she acted like I had bubonic plague or something.
Did you? I mean, what did she do?
Well, she said that she couldn't be bothered with me anymore because a tall, dark man was coming into her life.
Her too? Must be an epidemic. Where did she find out about this tall, dark man?
Well, that's where Mother comes in.
Maybe there's a shorter way to listen to this story.
Her mother and Harriet had taken out the Ouija board that afternoon. That's when they found out about this tall guy.
Well, after all, Walter, you can't compete with a non-existent rival.
That's just the trouble. He's not non-existent.
He's not?
No, he materialized yesterday.
Oh, now, Walter, please.
No, it's true, Miss Brooks. Harriet told me all about him when I called yesterday evening, although I wasn't going to after the way she treated me the evening before. But when I did, she told me that this tall, dark French teacher had checked in at their house to give her father his papers before he began teaching French at school today.
I know you're telling me something because I can see your lips moving. What is it, Walter?
Well, don't you understand, Miss Brooks? It's called an exchange deal. This teacher came over from Paris, France.
What did we send them? 2 outfielders and a shortstop?
Oh, I don't know about that, but I do know that Harriet sounded like this French teacher was a combination of Maurice Chevrolet and...
I know. Maurice Chevrolet and Charles Buick.
I was going to say Charles Boyer.
That's what I was afraid you were going to say. This teacher must be quite an interesting personality. What's his name?
Let's see now. There's an article about him in the school paper. Oh, I know. It's Manette. Jacques Manette.
Jacques Manette? Oh, you mean Jacques Monet. Say, that is a romantic-sounding name, all right. I'll bet he's a very nice person.
Oh, it's not him I'm worried about. It's Harriet. Since he showed up, she thinks the Ouija board is infallible.
The Ouija board? Oh, that's ridiculous. Harriet's much too sensible to... Why, I'm surprised at her. Next thing you know, she'll be having her tea leaves read. 3 children?
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement.
Doctors, leading skin specialists, prove Palmolive soap using nothing but Palmolive can bring lovelier complexions, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care.
Less oily skin for Helen Bixon, Minneapolis.
Fresher, brighter color for Clara Franklin, San Francisco.
Smoother, younger-looking skin for Rochelle Bruchot, New York City.
Yes, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised using Palmolive for 1,285 women, many with complexion problems. Some had dry skin, some oily, some dull and coarse-looking. And using Palmolive alone, nothing else, 2 out of 3 won fresher, brighter skin. And here's the plan these doctors advised.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But remember, leading skin specialists prove this plan really works, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care. So try Palmolive soap this way, using nothing but Palmolive, as these doctors advised, for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks.
Thanks, Walter, and don't worry too much about losing Harriet's affections. I'm sure the French teacher's just a passing phase in her life.
Say, there's Harriet on the steps. I'll go find a place to park. See you later, Miss Brooks.
All right, Walter. Hello there, Harriet.
What? Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. You'll have to forgive me if I seem to be in a reverie.
I've heard about your Ouija board.
I don't care what anybody says, Miss Brooks. There must be something to it. Imagine the very next day, he came along.
It's the first time I've ever seen capital letters in conversation. He must be quite attractive.
Attractive isn't the word, Miss Brooks.
No? What is the word?
Heavenly. Super heavenly. Stratospherically heavenly.
Oh, please, Harriet. I'll come up a little if you'll come down a little.
Oh, wait till you see him, Miss Brooks. He's...
Adjust safety belts. Mm-hmm. Look, Harriet, I think it's all very natural for a schoolgirl to have crushes. I had them myself.
You, Miss Brooks?
Yes, me, Miss Brooks. I wasn't born an English teacher, you know. I also think it's perfectly normal for a girl your age to think like a schoolgirl in other ways. But I do say this, and I mean it sincerely, Harriet. You don't have to act like a schoolgirl.
Pardonnez-moi, but you are the principal's daughter, Harriet, no?
Mais oui, Monsieur Monet, mais oui. Oh, this is Miss Brooks.
Miss Brooks, je suis enchanté. That is, I've heard so much about you. But it is, how do you say, understatement. You're so youthful, so lovely. Why, you're like a pupil, not a teacher.
Run along, Harriet. You'll be late for school.
But we're at school.
Oh? When did that get here?
Something is wrong.
Wrong? Oh, I should say not, Monsieur Monet. It's just that, well, we don't meet such distinguished visitors every day, and, well, They must have given at least 3 outfielders and 2 shortstops for him.
Pardon?
Oh, it's just a figure of speech.
Oh, and a lovely figure you have, too.
Oh, this is a doll. Shall we go into the school, Monsieur Monet?
Oui, yes. I have to stop at Monsieur Conklin's office. You show me where it is, huh? No?
I show you where is it, yes. I hope Mr. Boynton sees us together.
I'll direct Monsieur Monet to Daddy's office, Miss Brooks.
Oh, you won't have time, Harriet. You have to freshen up before your class.
Freshen up? But I just stepped out of the shower.
Then give yourself a rub down. You'll catch cold. This way, Monsieur.
Well, it's our new French teacher. Good morning, Monsieur Monet.
Bonjour, Monsieur Conklin. Excuse me, I mean good morning.
Hi, Daddy.
Hello, Harriet.
Mr. Conklin, I just came in to volunteer my assistance if you're looking for somebody to show Mr. Monet around the school.
I told Miss Brooks that I'd be glad to take Mr. Monet, Daddy. Of course, I'd need your permission to cut one of my classes. Maybe English. I'm pretty well advanced in that.
Me, too. Maybe we both could cut it.
Please, I would not want either of you to, how do you say, put out yourselves.
Oh, it would be silly to put out ourselves now. After all, we just started to blaze.
I'm sure I'll be able to show Mr. Monet the rope.
But, Daddy, you're too busy.
Oh, much too busy, Daddy. I mean... Mr. Conklin, I have a study period coming up.
I don't want to hear any more about it. I'm sure Mr. Monet wouldn't want us to feel that because of him our entire system was disrupted.
Oh, certainly not. I can find my own way about the premises. I'm sure that...
Well, in that case, come along, Harriet. You're in my first class, you know.
Oh, one moment, Miss Brooks. Would you do me the great honor of perhaps having lunch with me?
With pleasure. Oh, but I did have a date with Mr. Boynton. I think I'll keep that date, too. Maybe it'll open his eyes a little. I'll see you in the cafeteria, Mr. Monet.
But I thought Mr. Monet was going to have lunch with us. Didn't you tell me you were going to invite him to the house, Daddy?
Invite him? Well, I suppose so.
Thank you just the same, monsieur, but I would rather not leave the school proper during my first day.
An admirable spirit, Monet. If more of our homegrown teachers had it, Madison High School would be a better place in which to learn something. Something like English, for example.
Yes. Well, as the little boy in the Fisk ad says,
it's time to retire.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. How are you today?
Fine, thanks. I'm glad I caught you before your class got in. I wanted to ask you about lunch.
Oh, I'll be happy to join you. Thanks very much.
Oh. Well, I had other plans, but how can I resist an invitation like that? By the way, Mr. Boynton, do you speak any foreign language?
Just American.
Why, Mr. Boynton, you're getting quite a sense of humor. Must catch it from your frogs. Really, though, do you speak French, for instance?
No, I don't.
Then you wouldn't know what a French person would be saying to me if he said it in French, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Good. This may be a very interesting lunch for all of us.
All of us?
Yes, you see, there's a new teacher in school.
Oh, you mean Jacques Monet?
You've met him?
Oh, yes. I had to deliver some papers to Mr. Conklin's home yesterday, and he was there. Oh, he's a prince of a chap. We had quite a time together. Be nice to see him again at lunch.
Oh, it will.
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, you'll have to apologize to him for me. I'm afraid I'll be a little late.
Oh, you will? That's too bad, Mr. Boynton. Why will you be late?
Well, it's McDougal here. You know, my bullfrog. He's got me worried, Miss Brooks. It's his throat. He can't seem to croak above a whisper.
Oh, that's too bad. Poor McDougal. Hi, Mac. He must have gargled.
did sound pretty good. No, I'll still have to stay close to him to see how the medication I'm giving him catches on. I'll get to lunch as soon as I can, though. Ah, good old Jacques Monet. He's a real man's man.
You've been wrong before, Brother Boynton, but never like this. Here's a nice table, Mr. Monet. Let's sit down.
Oui. Yes, Miss Brooks. This is certainly a big restaurant.
It's a cafeteria, Mr. Monet.
Yes. Now then, shall we look at the carte du jour, bill of fare?
Bill of fare?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean menu. They don't have any menus here, Mr. Monet.
No? Then how do you select an order?
Well, here you don't exactly select an order. You just sort of point and holler. I'll show you in a minute. But first, I'd like to ask a little favor, Mr. Monet. As you know, Mr. Boynton is joining us for lunch.
Oh, yes. Yes, fine fellow, Mr. Boynton. A real man's man.
On him, it fits. I mean, he is a very nice man, but he's sort of shy.
Shy?
Mm-hmm.
Why should he be shy? He is tall, muscular, with a fine head of hair, good teeth, pleasing manner.
What else is new? What I wanted to ask of you is very simple. You see, Mr. Boynton is too bashful to ask you himself, but I'm sure he'd get a tremendous kick. That is, he'd enjoy it if you spoke nothing but French during our lunch.
But why?
Well, he's trying to learn how to speak your language. He understands it fine, but he's not sure of his pronunciation. He could learn a lot from you about a lot of things.
Well, I suppose I could help him.
He's coming over now, Mr. Monet. Remember how you kissed my hand this morning? Would you do it again, please?
What?
Quickly, Mr. Monet. It's part of Mr. Boynton's education. Hurry. Here, my hand.
Miss Brooks, I don't like to be, how do you say, gouchy, but you're pushing out one of my feelings.
There you are. What's the trouble, Mr. Monet? Got something caught in your teeth?
Just an old cuticle of mine. Sit down, Mr. Boynton.
Comment ça va aujourd'hui, monsieur?
Yeah. How do you like our cafeteria?
C'est bon.
Mr. Monet says it's lovely, but not half as lovely as I am. Why, Mr. Monet, how flattering. Let's see now. What do we eat today?
Well, how about the roast beef? That's what I'm going to have.
Me, too. How about you, Mr. Monet? Tell him in French.
Je désire un petit marmite, ou vichyssoise, une salade et une tranche de roast beef, des haricots verts, des crêpes Suzette et une demi-tasse.
Oh, Mr. Monet, you and your compliments. Oh, now stop that and tell Mr. Boynton what you want to eat.
But I do not understand.
Mr. Monet, quel voulez-vous manger?
Mr. Boynton, you little spy, you can speak French.
No, I can't, Miss Brooks. Not really. Those are just a few words I picked up when I was in the Army.
The Army? You were stationed in New Orleans, and you know it.
But near the French Quarter.
Well, let us not delay any longer. I don't suppose they have what I really want for lunch. But maybe, eh? Do they ever have frog's legs?
What?
Oh, don't say it, Mr. Monet.
Well, why not? Frog's legs are delicious to eat. Let's all have them, huh?
Me? Eat frog's legs? What? I'd feel like a cannibal. If you'll excuse me, I'm afraid I've lost my appetite. I'll see you later, Miss Brooks.
Why would he feel like a cannibal if he ate frog's legs? He is not a frog.
Only in some ways is he not a frog, Mr. Monet. But don't worry about Mr. Boynton now.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're right, Miss Brooks. You know, in a way, I'm glad we're alone. There is something I would like to ask you. You see, I have been searching for just the right one ever since I come to America. And now, well, I feel that my search is at an end. You are the one I've been searching for.
Oh, Mr. Monet. But Mr. Boynton's gone now. You don't have to talk like that to me.
Oh, I don't think of Mr. Boynton. I think of you, Miss Brooks. Ma chère, Miss Brooks. I have something personal to talk to you about. But right now I'm late for an appointment with Mr. Conklin. Can you meet me someplace, right after school?
How about the Casbah? I mean the park.
Fine.
Of course, I have several papers to mark, and besides, I have to formulate my plans for tomorrow's class, and there are some other routine affairs I must take care of.
Oh, I realize this. How long will it all take?
Well, school doesn't let out until 3, and it's a 20-minute walk to the park. Would 3:10 be all right?
I will come right to the point, Miss Brooks. I have met you here in the park to make you what you call proposal.
Proposal? But, Mr. Monet, you hardly know me.
Oh, I know you well enough for this, Miss Brooks. After talking to many women, Mrs. Conklin, little Mrs. Conklin, Harriet. I know you are the ideal woman for me.
Oh, this is very flattering, Mr. Monet, but marriage is a serious step.
Marriage? I cannot marriage with you. I am already married.
With who?
Well, with my wife, Helene. She arrives here next week. For you, I have another proposal.
Any other proposal is only good for a sock in the nozzle.
No, you do not understand. I want you to accept a position as tutor for my 3 children.
3 children? Oh, Mrs. Davis will love this.
Well, they need very badly coaching in English before they can enter school here. And, well, what do you say, Miss Brooks? Will you help us out?
Mr. Monet, may I ask you one question?
Of course. What is it?
Among your children, is there a tall, dark one in the crowd?
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you K. Duma's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I promised Mr. Monet I'd help him out with his children, but I must admit I was a little let down when I found out he wasn't a bachelor. And I said as much to Mrs. Davis.
Yes, Connie, it's a shame that such a darling man is already married.
But he served his purpose as far as upsetting Mr. Boynton goes.
What do you mean, Connie?
Well, the day after we had lunch together, Mr. Boynton was so concerned about the situation, guess what he did?
What?
He put a brand new lock on his frog's cage.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Gerald Moore.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best. And over 4,000 dentists say Colgate Tooth Powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate Tooth Powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate Tooth Powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate Tooth Powder today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
Do you want to be free to work where you choose, start your own business, own your own home, invest your money as you see fit? Then the American way of life is best for you. We have the highest standard of living. Since 1910, we have practically doubled our annual income, yet our working time has been cut by about 18 hours a week. Let's start to realize how fortunate we are. Let's work a little harder on our jobs and at being better citizens. Let's remember that the better we produce, the better we live.
Stay tuned now for Lum and Abner. Bob Lamont speaking to the CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, the Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's Moisturize, the new, all-new Raleigh 903 cigarette. Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, different Moisturized Raleigh 903. New blend, new taste, new freshness. It's the new, all-new Moisturized Raleigh 903. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, did you have a nice Easter, Red? Rod?
Yes, Rod, I
did. I mean, Rod.
Were you in the Easter parade, Red?
Was I? No.
Well, it was colorful. They walked down Wilshire Boulevard dressed to kill.
Yeah, and the California drivers did their best to help them out, too. Say, have you been over to Clyde Beatty's circus yet?
Well, I'm a little too old for that, but I am taking my son, Ricky.
Yeah, you and that Ricky. Oh, boy. What a gag with this. This is the truth. This is the truth. Everything, anytime he wants anything, it's for his son, Ricky. Like he wanted an electric train. He said, I'm going to get that for Ricky, you know. He's going to the circus now. He's going to take Ricky. I bet you can't wait till he's old enough to go to a burlesque show, can you? You know, I love circuses. I used to be with them.
You did?
Yep. I love circuses.
Mm-hmm. Well, I sure enjoy those girls doing a ballet on horseback. I suppose you've done that, too, huh?
Yeah, every time I go riding, I never use a saddle, though. It's right there underneath me, but I never use it.
Well, that's funny. I heard you rode like you were part of the horse.
I do. The part he's trying to get rid of.
Well, you know, circuses are really wonderful, aren't they?
Huh?
I say circuses are really wonderful, aren't
they? Well, if I say no, you're really messed up, ain't you? Yeah, Beatty gave me a pass, you know.
Well, that was nice of him.
Yeah. What's nice about it? I had to carry water all afternoon.
Well, speaking of clowns, Red, weren't you the youngest clown with the Hagenbeck Wallace Circus when you were just a youngster?
That's right, Rod. I was only 13 years old. That was just 5 years ago.
Well, I spoke with Poodles Hannaford the other day, and he said that you had absolutely the funniest clown makeup of anyone he'd ever seen.
That's right, I did.
What'd you put on your face?
Nothing. But I sure love circuses, Rod.
Did you make much money with a circus?
No, all I was paid off with was experience and teaching.
Well, what did you learn?
It's better to get paid off in money. But you know, Rod, seriously, the circus is still the most glamorous branch of show business. It's a fairyland for the young. It's here today and it's gone tomorrow. And childhood memories are brought back just for that day. And after this city of wonders have left your village, you look at the vacant lots where yesterday the big top and the red wagons were. And you promise yourself that you're going to stay young, so that next year you'll be able to drink the pink lemonade and eat popcorn and be awed by the magic beauty of the circus. And you say to yourself, I'm going to work hard like kids do, and I'm going to play like kids do. I'm going to accept the good in my fellow man like kids do, because if I become prejudiced and greedy, I'll become old, and then I'll feel conspicuous when the circus comes to town.
So that's good, Red.
Yeah, great clown said that, Rod.
Who?
My dad.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Smoke this new modern Rolly 903. See for yourself that it's far better than any cigarette ever made before because it's moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process. The greatest advance in cigarette making in 25 years. It's the new, all-new Rolly 903.
And remember this about the new moisturized Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. No other leading cigarette gives less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smokers, follow the lead of Betty Grable, star of Mother Wore Tights. Smoke the new Rolly 903. It's so much smoother, richer, better tasting. A new blend, new freshness, new taste. You'll see the number 903 on the government stamp. This Rolly 903 is new, all new. It's moisturized.
Anita Ellis sings Heartaches.
My loving you meant only heartache. Your kiss was such a sacred thing to me. I can't believe it's just a burning memory. Heartaches. What does it matter how my heart breaks? I should be happy with someone new, but my heart aches for you. Heartache. What does it matter how my heart breaks? I should be happy with someone new, but my heart aches for you.
Thanks to Look Magazine for the nice article on Anita, too. The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire. Do you feel better? Page 1. Things we never knew about buses. Al Johnson of Tobacco Road. Well, sure, I sure like my new job, driving this city bus here. I used to drive for another bus company, but they fired me. They didn't think it looked good to have a Greyhound driven by a guy that looked like a Quarter Spaniel. Yes, sir, driving a bus would be a pretty good job if it weren't for the passengers. I'm telling you, some passengers call bus drivers things I wouldn't call a golf ball. Well, it's about time to start my run now. Oh, here comes the passenger. Well, howdy doody there.
Howdy, do you drive this bus?
Well, you might call it that, but certain cab drivers I run into phrase it a little differently.
Well, I'd like to get an interview for my newspaper.
Oh?
Yes, some inside information on how buses are operated.
You're not Sheila Graham, are you?
No. Tell me, have you ever been interviewed before?
Well, if it's anything like having my distemper shots, yes.
I just want a couple of paragraphs on your experiences driving a bus.
Yes, sir.
For instance, now, what's your name?
Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Cadiddlehopper?
Yep.
Who were you named after?
I named after my folks decided I was human. You say you're a newspaper man? I didn't catch your name.
I'm Brown from the Sun.
You look pale as a ghost. That's too fast for him. He didn't get it.
What are some of the secrets of you bus drivers?
Well, we have certain rules that we live by. First, we must keep a perfect time schedule. Picking up passengers is secondary, you know.
Well, what are some of the rules that bus drivers live by?
Well, we have to watch for the passengers who whistle at us in the middle of the block, see? Then we stop at the next corner. And we wait till they get about 3 feet from the door, and then we slam it in their face and drive them.
Doesn't that make a passenger angry?
It helps. Another little trick we use is on the rainy days. When it's raining, why, we never pull close to the curb, see? We make the passengers step in the gutter before they get on the bus.
What's the reason for that?
Well, the fares are so low, it's the only way we can soak them.
You're kind of stupid, aren't you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'm smart enough to know I'm ignorant.
Well, what are some of the things that annoy bus drivers?
Well, for instance, when a passenger gives us a $10 bill, we give him all pennies and change.
Why? Why?
Anybody that would give a bus driver $10 don't have much sense, but when I get through with them, they got plenty. Another little trick we use is to be sure that when we come to the safety zone, we look for the section where the most men are standing, and we make our stop at that point.
Why?
So that the men can get the choice seats before the women.
I guess chivalry is dead, eh, Mr. Cadiddlehopper? I said chivalry is dead.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Should I send flowers, maybe?
Is it true that the bus is checked before each operation?
Yes, sir, especially the brakes. I can stop on a dime.
How often do you do that?
Every time I see a dime.
Are you drivers courteous?
No, we're human like everybody else.
Are the bus drivers held responsible for their buses?
Well, no. The only thing we're expected to do is that in the summertime, be sure that the windows are glued so they can't be opened. And in the winter, be sure that they're nailed so they can't be closed. And then once a week, we are required to go down to the city dump, and we get some old fish and rubber boots and old leather and stuff like that.
What for?
We burn it. And then that smoke is mixed with the fumes from the exhaust pipe, and it's turned on when the bus is crowded.
Well, Mr. Cadiddlehopper, thank you very much. This has been a very educational interview.
It has?
Yes, it has.
Well, I wish you'd have told me sooner. I'd have paid attention. Page 2. The reason why men should work in department stores. Go on, blow your top. Go ahead. Yeah, I gotta get a present for my girl, and there's nobody in here but women clerks.
Oh, good afternoon. Could I wait on you?
No, thanks. I'll wait for one of the men clerks.
Oh, it's all right. What do you wish to see? Some lingerie?
Oh, what you said.
I only said lingerie.
Oh, you said it again. Oh, my, you are brazen, aren't you?
Oh, now, don't be like that.
Oh, guys.
Take your head out of that waste paper basket and tell me what you want.
Oh, okay.
Oh, would you like to see something in a bathing suit?
A friend of yours?
What are your girl's measurements?
Well,
we'll go down this list.
Oh.
Neck?
If she's had a couple of beers, yeah.
How tall is she?
She's about my height when she's kneeling down. See, I wish you had men clerks here, guys.
Oh, I've never seen anyone so bashful.
Oh, you ought to see my brother. He thinks girls are foreigners. My brother was more bashful than me. In fact, he won a prize once for being the most bashful man in college, you know.
Oh, what was the prize?
Well, we don't know. He was too bashful to go up and get it.
Well, I'll bet you never even whistled at a girl.
Yes, I did. I did indeed during the war.
Oh, were you in uniform?
I was a third lieutenant.
What? Oh, they didn't have third lieutenants.
They did when they saw me.
Well, did this girl stop when you whistled at her?
Stop. She dropped dead, huh? Look, I guess I'll have to get something for my girl, won't I?
Well, how about something like this?
Oh, no. Put it down. Oh, goodness.
Well, would you like something like this?
Oh, no. Oh, good heavens. I should have never left Boston.
Stop acting so silly. Come on, get up off the floor and don't put your head under the rug. It isn't healthy.
Oh, look, don't you have any men clerks in this store?
Only in the hardware department.
Well, that's where I'm going. I hope she'll like a buzzsaw.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Smoke this new, modern, moisturized Rolly 903. See for yourself that it's far better than any cigarette ever made before. It's new, all new. New blend, new freshness, new taste.
And remember this about the new moisturized Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. Test certified by a jury of 14 doctors based on a method used by the United States government. Prove that no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smoke the new, all-new Rolly 903. It's moisturized.
David Forrester and his Rolly Cigarette Orchestra play We Could Make Such Beautiful Music. Page 4, The Little Boy with a Big Bargain. Well, here I is, all alone. If anybody's got a weak ticker, now's your chance to check out of here, you know. Let's see, now, what can I do today? I'm here all alone. I know, I'm going to call somebody on the telephone. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Number, please.
Operator, could you put down your sign long enough to get me the fire department? Fire department?
Hello, fire department.
That's
What's
what
cooking?
I thought. What's cooking? You wasn't there for a minute. This is Junior. I thought I'd tell you that I got a new chemistry set, and you better keep tomorrow night open.
Junior, where are you?
I didn't hear. You back home already, Grandma?
Yes. Have you been good?
Yes, I has been good. Boy, about an hour ago, I was going to bite that little Dick Thorpe across the street, you know. Little Richard Thorpe over there. And I used my willpower, and I didn't do it.
Why, that's wonderful,
Yeah.
Junior.
If he ever puts down that baseball bat, I'm going to bite his head off.
Oh, what are you doing with that box of matches and pile of paper in the middle of the floor?
Boy, you don't have no imagination at all, does you?
Well, just for that, you don't get the bean shooter I brought home.
You bought me a bean shooter?
Yes.
A real bean shooter?
Yes.
The atomic uranium model?
Yes.
That you send beans without reloading?
Yes.
You wouldn't have had one if you gave it to me. The tricks you pull on us kids, you know. You go out and you buy us something, then, you know, like a bean shooter, and then if we break something, you get us a whipping. Oh, no, kiddo, I'm wise to you.
Now, I had one of these when I was a little girl,
Yeah?
and I never broke anything with it.
A bad shot, huh?
I'll show you what kind of a shot I am.
Yeah?
You see that pack of rollies on the table?
Yeah.
Well, watch this, my boy.
You let all the moisture out of it. Goodness, feel the vapor in the place now. Goodness. Hey, you look, though. I bet you can't hit nothing without looking. Close your eyes and do it the hard way, boy. Let's see you do that.
All right, I'll do it with my eyes closed.
Give it the old Frank Bozzeghi shot there.
No. Am I aiming right, Junior?
No, a little more to the left. More to the
well,
left.
how's this?
Let me see now.
Yes.
Whoop, I ought to do it. I waited a long time for an opportunity like this. Okay, let her go.
Here goes.
Look at the goldfish dancing on the piano keys. Boy, that was a good one.
Well, I'd better clean this mess up.
Yeah.
Oh, I've a million things to do. Go see what time it is by the clock,
Okay,
Junior.
I'm going to go see what time it is. I'm going to see what time it is. I'm going to see what time it is. Hello, grandfather clock.
Well, Junior?
Well, the widow hand is on 4, and the big hand is on the widow hand.
Well, that ought to be easy. What time do you think it is?
Time I stop putting glue on the widow hand.
Just for that. You can pay for the repairs on the clock out of your allowance each week.
Huh?
It's going to cost you $2.
Well, that sounds reasonable. What does it mean?
It means 40 nickels.
40? Let's not get hysterical, kiddo. Goodness, I ain't had a cent on me since I lost me pet skunk.
I'll raise your allowance to 6 cents a week.
Well, thanks, Sporty.
Well, you're going to pay every penny just the same.
Yeah, well, you just go ahead and choose me. I don't care. You can choose me, and I will run away, you know. I was going to run away last week. I did. I ran away, and you didn't know nothing about it.
You ran away?
I got a lot of little cookies and everything. I put in a little handkerchief, and I said, I'm going to run away. And I started out, and I started out, see? Feel kind of stupid when you're talking it's not there, ain't it?
That's right.
Well, anyhow, I said I'm going to run away. So I put my little package under my arm, and I went around the block 8 times. 8 times I went around the block. Finally, the policeman on the corner, he looked at me, and he said, what you doing? And I said, I was running away from home. And he says to me, why does you keep going around the block? And I says, I'm not allowed to cross the street.
Somebody at the door. Somebody's at the door. Oh, boy, what a surprise. I didn't hear my booby trap in the front yard go off. I wonder how...
Well, now, who do you suppose that is?
Well, I know it ain't Grandpa. He's still got 3 days to serve, you know. I'll go see who it is. Welcome to Nightmare Alley.
Well, hello. I'm the junk man.
Well, I'm the little guy to keep you in business.
So have you got any old newspapers, or magazines, or rugs, or old irons, or maybe old bottles?
Well, I'll see. There you is.
Now, what have you got in your other pocket?
Right, I got all kinds of...
Oh, my, the junk man.
Oh.
Junior, go outside and play.
No, I want to stay and see what you get rid of.
I said outside.
No, you let me stay or I'm going to hit myself in the head with this book here.
Junior, stop hitting your head with that book. You'll lose my place.
Yeah.
Here, use this encyclopedia. Now get outside.
No, now you let me stay here or I'm going to tell you.
You tell what?
I'll tell everybody that you used to be a wild woman with a circus.
Why, I was no such thing.
Oh, no?
No.
Hey, Werner, the crowd's gathering.
Okay, lock the cage and throw me a bone.
Oh, you hit me. You give me a cauliflower ear.
You've not got a cauliflower ear.
Yeah, well, don't tell me that's lettuce.
Junior, stop being silly.
No.
Do you have any junk, lady?
Yes, I'm cleaning up the attic.
You're not going to take him up in the attic where you got Grandpa chained, is you?
Your grandfather is not chained in the attic.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting he's in the basement. Oh, for good behavior, that's right.
For the last time, you go outside.
Oh, you hit me. Now, that's the second time you hit me. You just like to beat me.
Oh, come. I'll show you what I have to tell.
You hurt me with a feeling.
Yes, ma'am.
You hurt me feeling. You hurt me feeling, Grandma. Grandma, you hurt my feelings. Well, I guess I'm losing my old technique on her. Oh, the phone.
I'll get it.
Ain't it wonderful? Radio is really wonderful. Strike or no strike, we got telephones, you know. Now's my chance to hook that man up in the attic. I'm going up there. Hello there, mister. Hey, do you buy violins?
Why, yes. What sort of condition is it in?
It's brand new. I'm going to get it Friday.
Say, look at that old trunk. I wonder what's in it.
Well, my grandma says that the boogeyman's in there.
But you know the boogeyman ain't in there, don't you?
Yes, because he saw me one day and ran away. Open it up.
Okay.
Yes. Look at that.
Say, ain't that something? Yes, I sure would like to have that.
Oh, no, you don't. My grandma said she wouldn't sell that for $1 million.
I'll give you a nickel for it.
Well, every man has his own price. Sold. Yeah.
Boy, am I lucky. You can't get stuff like this every day. No. So long.
Hurry up. Don't let me know. Oh, I got it.
Well, what happened to the junk man, Junior?
He gave me a nickel and went away.
Well, what did you sell him? What did you sell him?
Oh, I just sold him an old worn-out 100-pound bag of sugar was all.
What? Oh!
Nemo, get up off your floor. What's the matter, Nemo? It was only sugar. Goodness, you think I sold him a stick of bubble gum or something?
We hope you liked our program well enough to be with us again next Tuesday night. So until next Tuesday then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening and thanks for buying Raleigh.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the makers of Raleigh cigarettes. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Abbott Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, tonight's guests Sally Eilers and Alan Hale, Warner Brothers star of Adventures of Mark Twain, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What's all the excitement?
Oh, Abbott, the big circus just came to town, and I've been out watching the parade. What a parade! First came the elephants, after them came the clowns, and after the clowns came the beautiful Lady Godiva on a big white horse.
What? Wait a minute, Al. What came after Lady Godiva?
Me and every sailor in California.
Oh. Costello, aren't you a little old to be following parades?
Oh, not me, Abbott. I'm crazy about circus parades. I love those big elephants. Quote, some people like to be firemen and squirt water through their nose, but I like to be an elephant and squirt water through my nose. Unquote.
All right, never mind. Look, never mind the circus.
Boy, did that lay.
All right, never mind the circus. Look, never mind the circus. We have other things to do.
Oh, yes. Yes, but I can't forget about the circus, Abbott. I come from a family of circus people. My Uncle Rollo was the world's greatest tightrope walker.
Yes?
Until he broke his neck.
Well, how did he break his neck?
One night he was tight and the rope wasn't. Zip! Neck. Crack.
Oh, I see.
I had another uncle. He was 6 feet tall. He used to stick his head in the lion's mouth.
What's his name?
Now we call him Shorty.
No. All right, Costello, I've heard enough. Let's change the subject.
Oh, Abbott, you're talking about the happiest days of my life. What fun I used to have in a sideshow. I always used to tickle the tattooed lady with a feather.
You tickled the tattooed lady? What for?
To see moving pictures.
The moving pictures.
But she finally had to leave the circus, Abbott.
You mean the tattooed lady quit?
No, she had her face lifted and it threw all the pictures out of focus.
Costello, now don't try to kid me. I don't believe you were ever near a circus.
Oh, yeah? Well, here's a picture of me taken with a Ubangi girl.
Let me see it. Wait a minute. I see the Ubangi girl, but I don't see you.
I'm sitting in the shade of her lower lip.
No. Look, Costello. Just what did you do at the circus?
I used to train the wild zebras.
You trained wild zebras?
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't make me laugh. You don't even know what a zebra is.
Oh, don't. A zebra is a black horse with Venetian blinds.
Well, hello, fellas.
Oh, it's Ken Niles.
What's cooking, boys?
Nothing's cooking, Niles. You brought that aroma in with you.
No. I'll cut that out. Say, Ken, Costello was just telling me that there's a circus in town. Did you see the parade?
Indeed I did, Bud. I know all about that circus. In fact, my lovely wife helped bring the circus to Hollywood.
What did you do, pull one of the wagons?
Now, look here, Costello. You can't compare my wife to a horse.
You're right. Her ears are too long.
Costello, will you be quiet? What did you mean, Ken, about your wife bringing the circus to town?
Well, Bud, my wife is co-chairman of the big Hollywood Benefit Carnival and Circus.
Mm-hmm.
She's been up every night preparing for this big carnival. That's why she has those little crow's feet under her eyes.
Little crow's feet? Brother, those crows must have been wearing baseball shoes.
Oh, I heard that remark, you overgrown hippopotamus.
I said it for you to hear, you
take it easy, Costello.
What are you wearing?
Never mind.
There's an army man outside who wants to talk to you.
An army man? What does he want?
He wants you to replace a tank for active duty.
Now, do you see what you started, Costello? Always fighting. Nobody will like you.
Oh, I don't worry about that, Abbott. I'm the kind of guy that grows on people.
The only trouble is, Costello, a little too much of you grew on you.
Oh, you sure stole him that time?
Boy, you kill you, don't you?
Oh, darling, you're wonderful. To me, you're the only woman in the world.
Oh, and Kenneth, my love, you're the only man in the world.
You're the only woman in the world.
Oh, and you're the only man in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just been listening to Adam and Eve.
Oh, stop it, please, Costello. Mrs. Niles, Ken was just telling us that you're co-chairman of the Hollywood Benefit Carnival.
That's right, Mr. Abbott. And I'm asking all the movie stars to donate their services.
Well, I don't know exactly what I can do, Mrs. Niles, but Costello here was just telling me that he used to be with a circus.
Costello with a circus? What cage was he in?
What cage was I in? I was in there with the little... I wasn't in any cage, kid. I used to manage somebody. I used to manage the great Minestrone. He was the greatest high diver in the world. I didn't know I had to continue. He used to dive 500 feet from the top of the tent into a pail of water.
Dive 500 feet into a pail of water? Nobody can do that.
He did it once.
Never mind what he did. Look, Costello, never mind what he did. What can you do in this circus? For example, are you an equestrian?
I'm an American.
No, Costello. Now, how would you like to ride bareback?
What, in front of all those people?
Listen, you dummy. Do you know anything about trick riding?
Oh, you mean, am I an equestrian?
Well,
that's different, Abbott. I'm the best trick rider you ever saw.
You are?
One time in a circus, I rode 2 horses standing up. 1 foot on one horse and the other foot on the other horse.
And what happened?
Suddenly, an elephant came between us. One horse went one way, the other horse went the other way.
I'll bet that was a laugh.
Laugh? I thought I'd split.
Shut up!
Straddling the equator off the west coast of South America are the Galapagos Islands, guarding the Pacific approaches to the Panama Canal. To Americans stationed in the Galapagos Islands, to United States bases and outposts throughout the world, go Camel cigarettes. By the million, by the ton. For Camels are first with men in all the services, according to actual sales records. And the Camel cigarettes that reach the Pacific Islands, as well as the Camels that reach you, are fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. Both at home and overseas, more people want Camels now. More people want the fresh cigarette, the cigarette with more flavor. So remember, if your store is sold out today, Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. Camel standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. Fanny Rachel and the orchestra answer many requests for Speak Low.
For the big benefit circus show. Get your tickets right over. Miss Michaela, she shakes, she quivers, moves every muscle for 10 cents. And right over here we have Jojo, the dog-faced boy. Hey, you fat man, step over and see Jojo, the dog-faced boy, for a quarter.
Hey, I wouldn't pay a quarter to see a dog-faced boy.
Say, ain't you Lou Costello?
Oh, yeah.
You can go in for nothing.
What?
Courtesy to all freaks.
Never mind him. Come on, Costello. We're expected at the manager's office. Mrs. Niles told her we'd be here. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Pardon me, miss. We'd like to, Say, Costello, look who it is. Sally Eilers.
Gee, hello, Sally. My name's Lou Costello.
Oh, don't bother about that. It can happen to anybody. You fellas are just in time. The show's about to go on and our lion tamer quit.
Costello, do you know anything about lions?
Do I know anything about lions? Of course I know a lot of things about lions. One time I went lion hunting in Africa with my brother, and I brought back a stuffed lion.
What was the lion stuffed with?
My brother. And another thing, kid, you ain't getting me in a cage with no lion.
Oh, but you don't have to be afraid of this lion. He was raised on milk.
So was I, but I eat meat now. When I can get it.
Oh, but this lion hasn't any teeth.
I know, but he could gum me to pieces.
But, Costello, this circus is for charity. You mean you won't go into that lion cage?
No. Why should I risk youth, security, and beauty?
Well, perhaps lion taming is too dangerous. However, you can help at one of the concessions. Come over here with me. Now walk this way.
I can't walk that way.
Why not?
You're wearing high heels.
All right. Shut up, will you please? We'll find out what's going on around here. Now, what do you want us to do over here, Sally?
Well, Bud, you and I will stand out at the counter and sell these baseballs. And Costello, you stick your head through that hole in the canvas.
And what am I going to see through that hole?
Well, you might see some big stars.
You mean like Ginger Rogers and Lana Turner?
Oh, no. More like Jupiter and Mars.
What studio do they work for? I know that Hedy Lamar's, but that Jupiter, I don't know.
I know, but don't be stupid. Go ahead now. Come on, be a nice little boy. Stick your head through that canvas. That a boy. That's fine. All right, folks, step right up. 3 balls for 9. Hit the little boy on the head.
Hey, folks,
3
step
balls
right
for
up.
9. Step right up.
Hit the little boy on the head.
That's the spirit.
Step right up.
Step right up.
Wait a minute. Hit what boy on what head? And with what ball?
We're talking about you, Costello.
Yes, the people throw these baseballs at your head. If they hit you, they get a box of candy.
And I get a box of aspirins.
No.
That first word was funny, wasn't it?
Listen, you know what you do, Lou? When you see the ball coming, you duck.
Yeah, but suppose I forget to duck.
Oh, we've taken care of that. We furnish you with a safety cap. If the ball hits you, it bounces off the cap.
Yes, ma'am. But did you ever take into consideration what makes the little ball bounce off the little cap? My head! I quit!
No. Quit! Don't be silly. Lou, you can't get hurt.
Oh, no? What happened to the guy who had this job before I took it?
Oh, here he comes now. Step aside and let the stretcher by.
Stretcher? Hey, Abbott, I'm going to ask this guy on a stretcher a question. Hey, buddy, did those baseballs hurt you? How does your little head feel?
Oh, my little head feels fine.
Oh, good.
In fact, I feel absolutely normal.
Oh, that's so nice.
I'm so glad you came to see me, Miss Lamar.
Miss Lamar? That's all I want to know, brother. Let me out of here!
Now, don't be such a coward, Costello. Put your head back in that hole. And I'll throw a few practice balls. Get ready now. Now, here comes the first one. Costello, get up. Get up off your knees and stop playing with those marbles.
What marbles? I'm picking up my teeth. Miss Eilers, would you mind stepping back, please? You are standing on the tooth that I use for my essence.
This is for charity. Now, go ahead, Bud. Throw another ball. It'll attract the crowd.
Now, what's the matter?
Why aren't the sirens blowing?
Why should the sirens blow?
There's a blackout!
Oh, Costello, did he really hit you?
Did he hit me? With this lump on my head, a haircut will cost me double. I ain't taking this job, Sally. Get another boy.
Well, that's a fine thing. It's a fine thing coming from you, Costello. This is a benefit and for charity. And they need a hard-headed man like you, and you want to crawl out from under. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I guess I'm an ingrate.
I'll say you are. You could make hundreds of people happy. Think of the fun they could have throwing baseballs at your head. But no. You're selfish. You want to quit and spoil their pleasure.
I'm sorry. I'm a regular killjoy.
Yes, you are a killjoy. Think of the mothers and fathers who bring their little kiddies, little teeny-weeny kiddies down here to laugh at you getting hit on the head. But do you care about the kiddies? Do you care about the little teeny-weeny kiddies? No, not you.
I'm always thinking of myself.
Well, I'll say you are.
Oh, I'm a bad boy! Hey, Abbott, please don't tell my scoutmaster on me.
Well, I should.
Oh, please don't. If you do, he won't take me to see the La Brea tar pits.
Oh, Sally! Sally! Oh, it's Mrs. Niles.
Oh, Sally, my dear, I just came from the main tent. The wrestling match is about to start, and something terrible's happened.
What's the matter? Did you forget to put out the tights? You forget to get your tights or something? What kind of typing is this?
Oh, nothing of the sort. We arranged for a professional wrestler to take all comers, and he's broken his arm. We must get a substitute immediately. Someone with stamina, strength, and courage.
And that man is Lou Costello.
Oh. Yes, that man is... Cut it out, Abbott. I ain't going to wrestle. My brother was a wrestler, and he got a terrible cauliflower ear.
Oh, that's nothing. Lots of people have cauliflower ears.
Yeah, but his is cream.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea. Look, Lou. They'll announce you wrestle anybody. Then I'll jump into the ring first, and we'll pretend to wrestle. That's all there is to it.
I got a better idea, Abbott. Why can't I wrestle Sally Eilers?
Oh, but Lou, that's silly. Boys don't wrestle with girls.
Oh, she's so young.
Get out of here!
And now here's Connie Haynes to sing a brand new song. For the first time on the air, listen to Saltwater Cowboy.
Who is that great, big, wonderful man wearing that fine coat of tan? He's a saltwater cowboy with the whole world for his brains. Just a saltwater cowboy, and the herd he rides is strange. He's the rounding up his country's foes, wherever they may be. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine. Get along, little Nippy, I can hear my singing pal. I'm taking you to pasture in a barbed wire corral. He's the salt of the earth, boy, and he's long and lank and lean. He's the saltwater cowboy, United States Marine. Get along, Sukiyaki, like the man from the Golden West. I'm gonna brand your carcass with a star-striped U.S. Oh, you don't have to worry, he will keep your pastures green. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine.
As the fellow said after he bet on Bing Crosby's horses, they're going to run all night. All day, too, and with flat feet. Yes, that's plenty flat, all right. And it can be worse than your cigarette. If wartime flatness is spoiling your smoking, get Camel. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. You see, Camel cigarettes are matchlessly blended of costlier tobaccos, blended to give them more flavor. And more flavor helps Camels hold up, keep from going flat no matter how many you smoke. Give Camel cigarettes the T-zone test. Your taste will prove to you that Camels do have more flavor. And your throat will give you the last word on Camel's smooth extra mildness. And remember, Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
All right, Costello. The tent is filling up. Are you all dressed for the wrestling match with me?
Yes, I'm all ready, Abbott. How about look in these wrestling trunks?
Wait a minute. What kind of trunks are those? What's that writing across the seat?
Oh, that lights up, Abbott.
And what does it say?
Come to Joe's for dinner. What a spread.
All right. All right, let's get out there. The crowd's waiting.
Hey, look, Abbott, remember one thing. When they call for volunteers to wrestle me, be sure you're the first one to get in the ring. There's some pretty tough guys out there. I don't want to wrestle any one of them swing shift workers.
Why not?
Because when they swing, I might not shift.
You wait here in the locker room, Costello. I'll see if they're ready.
Oh, Bud Abbott, I've got some wonderful news for you. We've got a great opponent for Costello to wrestle. I want you to meet Alan Hale.
Well, hello, Bud. Where's that little meatball partner of yours? I want to bounce him around a little.
Wait a minute, Alan. Costello expects to wrestle me.
Oh, no. He's my pigeon. I'm collecting waste fat.
Gee, Alan, I don't think Costello's in good shape.
Oh, don't worry. I'll straighten him out. I think I'll go in and take a look at the body. But don't let on that I'm wrestling him. I want it to come as a pleasant surprise.
Oh, Lou, a friend of yours wants to say hello to you. Alan Hale.
Oh, hello, Alan, old boy. Did you come over here to watch me wrestle?
Watch you? Why, Costello, I want you to feel that I'll be in there with you every minute. And tell me, Costello, have you ever had any wrestling experience?
Oh, sure. One time I wrestled a champion of an African tribe.
You banged?
Yeah, and he banged me right back. He uppercutted me.
Boys, now we can't stay in the locker room. The crowd's waiting.
Okay, Sally, and don't worry, Abbott. I won't hurt you one bit.
That's right, Abbott. He won't lay a hand on you.
I don't know what I'm laughing at. But after all, he is our guest star.
Well, let's go, Costello. Into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main match of the evening. In this corner, at 205 pounds, Lou Canvasback Costello. And in the other corner, the challenger at 493 pounds.
493 pounds? Hey, Abbott. They're trying to make you look good, Abbott.
The Warner Brothers star of the adventures of Mark Twain, Mr. Alan Hale.
Alan Hale? Alan Hale? Abbott, when did you change your name? When did you start working for Warner Brothers instead of Universal? When are you making the pictures of the adventures of Mark Twain? What's the matter? Ain't we together? Why, they're flaming me. Hale, I'm supposed to wrestle you. Abbott? Or somebody?
I don't know who you're supposed to wrestle. Abbott's no match for you. He's certainly no match for you. Come on now, Costello. I'm going to slam you on that canvas, step on your gizzard, and hit you on the head so hard you'll be wearing your socks for a turtleneck sweater.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And furthermore, I think you can do it.
Come, boys. Let's get on with this wrestling match. I'm the referee. And as the referee, there's one thing I insist on, a clean fight. I want a clean fight. And I want a clean fight.
Then why don't you two guys fight? I get kind of dirty.
Quiet, Costello. Pay attention to the referee.
Yeah, there's another thing. As the referee, I am not interested in either one of you. I am playing no favorites. No favorites. You understand that, Costello?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that, Mr. Hale?
Yeah, Charlie, and tell your sister I'll be over at 9 o'clock.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Hale goes out with the referee's sister. I'm getting out of here.
Get back there, Costello. Now, remember, at the bell, shake hands.
I don't have to shake hands. Mine are shaking already.
Be a sport, Costello. Stick out your hand.
Okay. My hand. Alan, my hand. Well, I can always use it for a fly swatter.
All right, boys, at the bell, start to wrestle. Remember, one fall takes all.
Costello, get in there and put up a great fight.
Stop the match! Stop the match!
We haven't started yet.
I know, but I'm windy.
Let's go, Costello. I'll mop up the floor with you.
Oh, yeah? Let me tell you something, Hale. You show me a tough guy, and I'll show you a coward.
Well, I'm a tough guy.
Well, I'm a coward.
Get ready now, Costello. Here's a toe hold.
Here's a leg hold.
Here's a headlock.
Here's a hammerlock.
Here's your arm.
Thanks.
Come on, Costello. You're putting up a terrific fight.
Oh, my nose. Hale, you flattened my nose. How will I smell?
Shall I tell him?
Keep going, Costello. Keep going. Get in there.
Yeah, but I think I've got him worried. He's afraid.
Well, what do you mean he's afraid?
He's afraid he's going to kill me.
Get set, Costello. I'm going to give you a body slam.
Wait a minute. Hey. Ooh.
Costello, please, stay down there. Don't keep jumping up.
Who's jumping up? I'm bouncing. Hey, Abbott, throw in the towel. Throw in in a towel right now.
Why now?
I don't think I'll be around this way again.
Don't worry, Costello. And now I got a little something that'll settle this whole match. See if you like this airplane spin.
You ain't got no pilot's license, Hale. Let me go.
Here you go. Way, way up in the air.
Wait a second. Put me down, Hale. Put me down.
It's round and round and round you go.
And when I come out, and nobody knows.
Costello, get up. The crowd's waiting for you to get back into the ring. Get out from under those seats.
Abbott, I'm not going into that ring.
You're not. You're talking like a coward. Where's your backbone?
Yeah, Costello. Where's your backbone?
I don't know where it is, and I'm not going back in there till I find it.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Lieutenant Colonel William Leverett of Lexington, South Carolina, who has been awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for extraordinary heroism. Leading a flight of only 7 American fighters over the Aegean Sea, he sighted 30 German planes about to bomb an Allied convoy. He attacked immediately, and knowing that his ammunition was limited, waited until he was dangerously close to each German plane before firing. Colonel Leverett personally destroyed 7 enemy planes and damaged 2 others, while the other 6 pilots destroyed 10 more without a single loss. In honor of you and your men, Colonel William Leverett, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante, Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, Monday to Blondie, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Miss Linda Darnell. And now, here's Abbott with a final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, you certainly made a fool of yourself tonight. Now, I want you to be very careful next week with Linda Darnell.
Why, Abbott?
Well, you know, Linda used to be in the circus business and the mind-reading act in vaudeville. She can read your mind.
She can't read my mind, brother. Hello. Oh, hello, Linda.
Abbott, it's Linda Darnell.
No.
Hello, Linda. What do you know? Oh.
Well, Costello, did Linda read your mind?
She must have. It's the first time I ever got slapped over the phone.
Oh, good night, folks. Good night, neighbors.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with Freddie Rich and his orchestra and our special guest, Miss Linda Darnell. And remember, get Camels for more flavor. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Here's one reason why. Prince Albert's no-bite treated to keep your pipe from biting your tongue. Yes, sir, because Prince Albert's no-bite treated to give you cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. PA's crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. The big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert holds around 50 rich-tasting, swell-smoking pipefuls. And believe me, each one is mighty convincing proof that PA stands for Pipe Appeal. More pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the National Joy Smoke.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is sugar. S-U-G-A-R.
Rally. You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Never heard of him. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx.
Thank you. Well, here I am again with $3,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first?
We invited some milkmen and some brewmasters to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected milkman Howard Cram. His partner is brewer John White. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gents, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if one of you says the secret word at any time, you win $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you use every day. A milkman and a brewmaster, eh? Milkman Howard Cram, is that right? Where are you from, Howard?
Park City, Montana. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from Yellowstone National Park.
Well, is that the only way you can go? And Mr. Weiss, you're the brewmaster, huh?
That's right.
Oh, where are you from?
Omaha, Nebraska.
Why aren't you from Milwaukee?
Born in Omaha.
Did you know then you were going to be in the beer business?
Almost.
Almost? Milkman, you haven't turned sour yet, have you?
No.
Who do you work for?
Edor Milk Farm.
Mm-hmm. And Beer Bust, who do you work for?
Meyer Brewing Company.
Who, the Meyer Brewing Company?
Meyer Brewing Company.
How much beer do you brew in a day?
Oh, about 900 barrels.
And Milkman, how much milk do you deliver in a day?
Oh, I deliver around 550 quarts a day.
You deliver 550 quarts of milk a day?
Yes.
I don't believe it. Huh? Let me see you open your big brown eyes and say, "Mwah." Now, as a milkman, has anything embarrassing ever happened to you, Mr. Cram?
Well, yes, several things. One, for instance, my wife and I was walking down the street the other day, and I happened to see one of my customers on the street. And I says, "How do you do, Mrs. Jones?" And she looks at me and didn't even recognize me. And I was dressed just like I am now, and I says, "Well, don't you recognize me, Mrs. Jones? I'm your milkman." She says, "Oh, I didn't know you with your clothes on."
This must have made your wife very happy. How about you, Beer Bottle? Have you ever had any unusual experience, embarrassing?
Yes, I remember one incident when I was serving my apprenticeship in the brewery. This plank was placed across the top of the tank here, and I fell off the plank into this tank of beer.
Well, would you have stayed in there if there were pretzels in there?
I think so.
Have you ever been totally dry, Mr. Weiss? Do you know how to milk a cow, Mr. Cram?
Oh, it's easy. There's nothing to it.
Well, it's easy to lay an egg, but I bet you can't do that. Well, I think the least you two could do is shake hands. I now pronounce you malted milk, huh? Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to have a chance to make $3,000.
For many reasons, the DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America believe that their way of doing business has won them many new customers, folks who will continue to be their customers. That's because these dealers have done their utmost to treat you fairly and squarely, whether it be for a new car, a used car, or a simple repair job. They've tried to be courteous all along. Well, you, the car owners of America, seem to have appreciated this kind of organization and the attitude it had toward you. So today, in every city and every state, thousands of smart car owners make sure they stop at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Now, let's say if a milkman and a brewmaster will be the ones who get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets the chance at the $3,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
You selected famous friends and companions as your category, is that right? All right, now you have $20. How much are you going to bet? $10. Here's your first question. You bet $10. What was the name of Robinson Crusoe's faithful servant?
Friday.
Friday is right, huh?
They're on their way with $30, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $3,000 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
20.
What was the name of John Alden's good friend? So quiet you can hear a contestant drop. Well, I'm sorry. It was Miles Standish.
They now have $10.
All right. Here's your third question. How much of the 10 are you going to try?
$5.
$5. Who was Tom Sawyer's best friend?
Huckleberry Finn.
Huckleberry Finn is right.
On the way again, they have $15.
All right, now you got 15. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 15?
15.
Shoot the works. Who was Sherlock Holmes' faithful friend?
Dr. something.
Well, yes, that's right. It was Dr. Watson the Needle. Dr. Watson. Well, here's one more chance to make some money. If you get this one right, I'll hand over $10 in cash, and please, no coaching. Who was buried in Grant's tomb?
Grant.
General Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now stick around. Who knows? You may be the ones who get the chance at the $3,000 question.
Groucho, the secret word is still sugar. Perhaps our next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected an interior decorator, Mr. Doug Haynes, and a housewife, Mrs. Audrey Forsythe. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. Audrey Forsythe, where are you from?
Pine Bluff, Arkansas.
You're a very pretty housewife, too.
Thank you.
Is your husband as pretty as you are?
Not quite.
Is he much bigger than you are?
Yes, he is.
Well, let's forget it, huh? What does your husband do, Audrey?
He's in the Army. He's a tech sergeant.
A tax sergeant?
Yeah,
What does he do, sit on tax? Now, what is a tax sergeant? I haven't been...
Well, I don't know.
I've only been through 5 wars, so I don't know. I didn't say I was in them. I was just through them.
Well, it's the grade below a master is all I know.
And do you see him very often?
Oh, he's going overseas.
When?
Around the 28th, I suppose.
Mr. Douglas Haynes, you're the interior decorator, huh?
No, Hal Haynes, sir.
Oh, Hal Haynes, huh? Where are you from, Hal?
I'm from Auckland, New Zealand.
Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Is your wife in the Army, huh?
No, she's not in the Army.
How did you meet your wife, Hal?
Well, she was touring in New Zealand with her father, who's Dante the magician. And I went to a dance, and I met her and looked at her and said, "Can you see out of those beautiful eyes?" And she said yes, and 2 weeks later we were married.
Is that the customary approach in New Zealand?
I don't know, sir. It's the only one I've ever approached.
Well, I think you did it charmingly, huh? How did you meet your husband, Mrs. Forsythe?
I was working at my brother and sister-in-law's cafe during the summer.
Where was this?
In Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Oh. And my brother-in-law is a very ticklish person. I mean, he's just ticklish all over. And,
You say he's ticklish all over? You mean all over Arkansas? You'll have to explain that a little clearer, huh? Not too clear now, huh?
And this morning, I came bursting in this cafe, and I noticed this man bending over the drink case. So I ran up to him, and I jabbed him in his ribs, and this fella fell practically in the drink case. His hair was wet, and so I started laughing, naturally. And when I laugh, I close my eyes, and so
Let's see, will you laugh?
So when I looked up,
You say he's leaving the 28th?
So, where was I now?
You had your betrothed in a water case or something.
So when I finally stopped laughing, I looked up and hissed a very angry man. I said I was sorry that I thought he was my brother-in-law. And then we were married a couple of months later.
Oh. Was he dry by that time?
Yes, he was quite dry.
Where do you do your decorating, Mr. Haynes?
I work for W&J Sloan's in Beverly Hills.
Mm-hmm. Well, how much would you charge to decorate, let's say, fix up the inside of the average 5-room house?
Oh, about $4,000 to $5,000.
Now, I don't mean to build a house. I mean... just climb down out of that chandelier up there. I mean, how little could you do it for?
Well, we could do it for as little as, say $500 or $1,000, but
Really?
Wouldn't suit a man in your position, Mr. Mouse.
My customary position is horizontal. Would that be? Now, to be a successful decorator, what do you regard as the most important requirement?
Well, you have to know proper balance of a room and...
proper balance in the bank?
Well, yes.
Look at him grin when I said bank. What else?
The layout of the room. I mean, you should have it in conversational groupings.
Conversational groupings? You mean the furniture sits around and talks to each other?
No, I mean, we try and face chairs.
One chair says to the other, says, my, your legs are crooked tonight. You ought to wear a longer valance. Says, well, my balance in the bank is so bad I can't afford it. No groaning, please. Mrs. Forsythe, has your husband gone yet? Tell me, have you learned anything about interior decorating?
It sounds expensive.
Mr. Haynes, would you care to defend yourself?
Well, as a matter of fact, a good decorator can save money.
Well, at your prices, I'm not surprised. How much did you save last year? Huh? How do you generally decide what color scheme to use in a house? Hale?
Well, if it's a cold room, you use warm colors.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be better to put in a gas heater? Mrs. Forsythe, if this isn't too impudent, what color is your living room?
It's pink.
It's pink. Mm-hmm. How about it, Mr. Haynes? Is the living room warm?
Oh, yes.
How do you know her living room is warm? Maybe she's wearing long underwear. Well, tell us more about colors. It's fascinating. For example, what's a good color for the bedroom?
Well, I would use pastel shades. Loud colors have a tendency, to keep you awake.
Mrs. Forsythe, what color is your bedroom?
It's a sort of an orange red.
Sounds noisy. How do you sleep?
I turned the light out, and the color...
You say you turned the light out?
Yes.
Doesn't that keep your husband in the dark? Now, you're going to have a chance to make $3,000. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a crack at the big question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The milkman and the brewmaster lost all their money, so this couple has a clear field.
Here we go. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
10.
You selected largest cities of the United States as your category. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you're going to bet $10. What is the largest city in the state of Ohio?
Akron.
Do you agree with that?
Toledo.
I'm sorry, it's Cleveland.
They now have $10, Groucho.
Well, that's too bad. Well, you've got $10. Remember, you're going for $3,000. That's the big prize anyhow. Now, how much of the $10 would you try?
5.
What is the largest city in the state of Michigan?
Detroit.
Detroit is correct.
Well, we're on the way now. They have $15.
Now you have $15. Now, how much of the 15 you going to try?
10.
What is the largest city in the state of Massachusetts?
Boston.
Boston is correct.
They're still climbing. They have $25.
Now, you've got $25, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 25 you going to risk?
25.
Shoot the works. What is the largest city in the state of Missouri?
St. Louis.
St. Louis is correct.
And they wind up with $50.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, in just a moment, our last couple will come up to bat, and then we know who gets the chance at the $3,000. Gentlemen, who's ahead so far?
The interior decorator and the housewife are leading with their $50. And the secret word is still sugar. Perhaps the next couple will say it. In honor of Valentine's Day, we invited some people whose occupations are in keeping with the season. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Jack Thorpe, a greeting card writer, and his partner is Miss Frankie Brown, a wedding director. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, children, to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. A greeting card writer and a wedding director. Huh? Mr. Thorpe, huh? You're the greeting card writer?
That's correct.
Well, greetings. Where are you from? Huh?
Los Angeles.
Frankie Brown? That's an odd name for a girl, isn't it?
My name's really Frances.
Oh, well, there's a new movie out called Frances, you know. Were you the star of that picture?
Not that I know of.
It's a good thing. Frances is a mule in this picture. Where are you from, Frankie?
I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Do you have a husband, Frankie?
No, I don't.
You have nice teeth, Frankie.
Thank you.
Do you plan to remain an old maid, Frankie?
I'm not an old maid. I'm only 22.
How old are you, Jack?
25.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Well, let's find out something about you, too. Frankie Gal, where do you direct your weddings?
At Hotel Last Frontier in Las Vegas, Nevada.
How many marriages have you engaged in?
About 1,500.
And how many engagements have you married in? What are your duties as a wedding director?
Well, I arrange for the organist, send notices to their hometown paper, contact the minister, and arrange flowers.
You sure you're not a funeral director?
No, I'm a wedding director.
It's a pretty mortuary description, you. You're a wedding director, huh? Well, there isn't too much difference, huh? Only thing is, at a wedding, you can smell your own flowers. Now, tell me about the greeting card business, Mr. Thorpe. Who do you work for?
Well, I do work for Colonial Greeting Card, Buzzer Cardoza, and several others.
Yeah, well, what are your duties as a greeting card writer?
Oh, I write verses for greeting cards.
You mean somebody writes those things, huh? How do you know what to write?
Well, the simplest thing is the best. The more you say and the less you mean, the better.
It's something like the Congressional Record, huh? Well, can anybody be a greeting card writer?
No, it takes a special talent. You have to be general, not too specific. For example, if I say to my black-eyed sweetheart, a fellow couldn't send that to a blue-eyed girl.
You could if you gave her 2 shiners the night before. Well, tell me, Shakespeare, what are the... What specifically are the occasions for which you provide this deathless prose? Huh?
Well, we have greeting cards for all occasions. Birthdays, Valentines. Congratulations for starting a new business.
Congratulations for starting a new business?
That's right.
And suppose he goes Machulla. What happens then? Suppose he goes bankrupt.
I'll think up a new verse.
What do? Do you say the voice is yet to come? Suppose you were in love with Frankie here, Jack, and you wanted to send her a beautiful Valentine poem. What would you say on it? Go ahead, whip one out.
Oh, I couldn't whip one right out. I'd have to think about it.
Oh, how long? Huh?
Oh, it'd take me a couple of days.
By that time, she's married to some desert right up in Las Vegas. You know those desert rats? They trap them with cheesecake up there. Huh? Don't you carry any of your epics around with you?
Oh, I always carry cards with me.
Well, read us one. Huh?
Hi there, Grandma darling.
Frankie, you certainly got old quick, huh? Well, Jackie boy, that was pretty old-fashioned. Haven't you got anything more streamlined?
Yes, I have a comic Valentine here.
Oh, you have, huh?
It has a picture of a garter and a stocking on it. As the stocking said to the garter, "Hook up with me, pal. I ain't been snagged yet."
I'll bet that'd be a wow in Las Vegas, huh? Frankie, while you're swooning from all this sentiment here, let's talk some more about your job. For instance, where do the people come from who get married in your chapel?
Well, they come from all over the world.
Well, why? Can't they get married in Yugoslavia or Spain?
No.
Or
Our chapel's...
Panama Canal?
It doesn't cost as much as having a large wedding in your hometown.
And then another thing, nobody knows you're there, too. Well, how much do you charge for this grand larceny?
We have two plans. One is $25.
$25?
Mm-hmm. The other
What do you
$15.
get for the $25?
Well, $25, you get a minister of your choice and an organist to play whatever songs you'd like, witnesses if you need them.
No bride? What do I get for $15? I'm probably not even there for that. What do I get for $15?
Well, for $15, you get the same things as you do for the $25, except that you get a live organist.
For $15? For $15, you get a live organist? What do you get, a dead one for $25? Frankie? Frankie, I'll take the one with the dead organist. That's the one for me. It's $10 more, but it's worth it, huh? Now, Frankie, what's the largest number of splice jobs you've racked up in a single day, huh?
One Valentine's Day, we had 27 weddings.
And is that what killed the organist? What are your working hours on a job like that, huh?
Well, I work from 9 to 5, and I'm on call 24 hours a day.
Oh. Well, you're sort of like a fireman, huh? You slide down a brass pole with a box of rice in one hand and a dead organist in the other. Well, now that you two are practically engaged, let's see if you'll get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. Beat our other two couples, and you'll get a crack at the $3,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The interior decorator and the housewife are ahead with $50.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected colleges as your category. All right, you have $20. How much you going to try?
Well, we'll start with 10.
What college is located at Palo Alto?
Stanford.
Stanford is right.
And we're off to a fine start with $30.
All right, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $3,000 tonight. How much of the 30 will you bet?
25.
25. What college is located at Ann Arbor?
Michigan.
University of Michigan.
They're climbing now. They have $55.
You got 55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55 you going to go for?
50.
What college is located at New Haven?
Yale.
Yale is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $105.
Now you've got $105. It's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105 are you going to go for?
100.
What do you say, Keith?
100.
What college is at Laramie? Laramie.
University of Wyoming.
University of Wyoming.
And they wind up with $205. And that means that they get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. We're a nation of car owners in this country, and many of us know the inside of our family car as well as the back of our hands. Others don't care about what goes on inside our car, just so long as it's driving smoothly and economically. But whichever case fits you, when you drive your car into a shop for a checkup or some kind of repair job, you do like to know what is going to be done. You like to know why, and, of course, how much it will cost. Now, here's one big reason why you'll appreciate the kind of service you get at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's. The men who work on your car at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's are service experts. They've had special training, constant training. They've special tools and equipment to work with that you won't find just anywhere. And on top of all these advantages, you'll find they've a courteous interest in explaining to you what will be done to your car, why it's going to be done. And you'll also get an estimate of what the job will cost. That's fair, isn't it? Well, fairness is one of the aims of the folks you'll meet at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the greeting card writer and the wedding director, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go to $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully. And please, no help in the audience. Here it is. The first capital of our country was New York. For $3,000, where was the second capital? All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
Annapolis?
No, I'm sorry. It's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So that means the big question next week will be worth $3,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $205 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you, huh?
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $3,500.
Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Look out for the driver who doesn't look out for you. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, the evening meal has been over only a little while as we join our friends at the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here on the back porch steps we find Sade and young Rush. Mother and son have been idly chatting and enjoying an occasional cool breeze. And at this moment, Vic emerges from the kitchen.
Hey, Di.
Hi. You been talking on the telephone all this time?
Yep. How's the temperature out here?
Much cooler than inside. We just about roasted while we were doing the dishes.
Plenty warm in that doggone living room. How about shoving over, Garden Rake?
Okay.
Papa would love to sit down.
Huh?
It was Hank Goodstuff on the phone, Sage.
Certainly must have had plenty to say. You've been chewing the rag half an hour.
Hank, I'm happy to report, has a job.
Making homemade candy and selling it?
He has a regular job.
What doing?
Publicizing, advertising, and generally promoting the interests of the Royal Throne 25-cent barbershop.
Oh, my.
An inflection in your voice, kiddo, suggests that your reaction to Hank's success is of a deprecatory nature.
I don't care what he does.
Well, I do. I'm the exalted Big Dipper, the sacred stars of the Milky Way, and he's the exalted Little Dipper. I feel protective toward Hank.
Well, if he's got a job at last, maybe he'll pay you what he owes you.
Very likely he will.
What's the debt amount to now?
I'm not exactly certain. Hank, however, has kept track to the sum.
He's no barber, is he, Gus?
He wasn't hired in the capacity of barber.
Gonna sweep out the shop and stuff, huh?
Sweeping out the shop and stuff will comprise part of his duties, yes. But Hank's real value to the Royal Throne 25-cent barbershop, though, will be his efforts toward enlarging and extending the business. Over the telephone just now, he was full of enthusiasm and energy. He's got ideas by the bushel. Free lunch, for instance.
Free lunch?
Free lunch.
That's a new angle for a barbershop.
Hank is bursting with new angles.
Guy steps in for a haircut, huh, and helps himself to crackers and cheese?
Precisely.
Pretty slick.
I agree.
I'll have a shoe shine, a bath, a shampoo, and a bologna sandwich.
Have your fun, friends. I prophesy for Hank Gutstop a brilliant future.
That establishment is so seedy, Vic.
Hank has plans for improving its appearance.
You have to walk down cellar, don't you?
The term is English basement.
Well, it's down cellar as far as I'm concerned. You walk down a flight of steps, and it looks a kind of halfway dirty and dingy when a person goes past. Every time I happen to be by there, I glance down and generally see some man's feet sticking out.
Those are Ed Harvey's feet. He's the owner. And he's always sleeping in one of the barber chairs. Tennis shoes?
Yeah, tennis shoes.
Ed Harvey's feet. Ed lives in the Royal Throne barber shop.
Yeah?
Sure. Sleeps in the barber chair and takes his meals around the corner.
Hank Gutstop also plans to live there.
Really?
So he informed me.
Well, there's room for him. They got 2 barber chairs.
Uh-huh. Let me tell you another idea of his. Every customer gets his 50th haircut free of charge.
Hey.
That's an inducement to patronize the shop, wouldn't you say?
Sure.
Sade, Ed Hulvey hired Hank with this thought primarily in mind. Hank's got lots of friends around town. He knows all the guys that loaf around the Lazy Hours pool hall, and he's chummy with most of the fellas that hang out at the Bright Kentucky Hotel. When they hear of Hank's new association, they'll flock to the Royal Throne in droves. And in addition to that, Ed Hulvey expects to capitalize on Hank's position in the lodge. As the exalted Little Dipper of the drowsy Venus chapter of the Sacred Stars of the Milky Way, Hank should be able to swing plenty of shaves and haircuts over to Ed.
Will he swing you?
Well, no, he won't swing me. Jim Scooter down at the Butter House has cut my hair for years, and Jim's also in the lodge. Wouldn't be fair to Jim to change over.
Gov, I've been thinking about that 50th haircut free, and there's a catch.
How so?
Well, how often do most fellas get their haircut?
Oh, every 3 weeks.
Yeah, every 3 weeks. Well, heck, there's 52 weeks in a year. How many times does 3 go into 52?
17 and a little over.
Well, say a fella gets his hair cut 17 times a year.
All right.
What's the result when you divide 50 by 17?
3.
Okay, 3.
Well, what's your point?
The guy has to patronize the Royal Throne Barbershop 3 years before he's entitled to a free haircut.
Well, so what? I've patronized the Butler House Hotel Barbershop 8 years and haven't got any free haircuts.
No, but just the same.
Yep, I predict for Hank a brilliant future. He's in something solid at last. Something he can grab a hold of and work with.
Mr. Sludge, you're going to bed early?
Huh?
He just now turned his light off.
Hmm.
Poor fella. He come home crying again today.
What is the trouble?
He wouldn't tell, Miss Harris. I expect somebody down at work spoke rude to him or something.
God, if with every 50th haircut the Royal Throne Barbershop give away a bath free, it'd be a pretty dirty bunch of customers that depended on that free bath every 3 years, wouldn't it?
Your speech, my boy, lacks clarity. I make no meaning out of it.
Well, say, for instance, I wait till I've had 50 haircuts before I took a bath. And the Royal
Never mind. I'm afraid I wouldn't be interested in the matter even after it was elaborately explained.
Okay.
Feel that nice breeze.
Most refreshing.
I like to bake this afternoon. And in the shade all the time, too. How warm was it? Anybody know?
84 degrees by the drugstore thermometer.
Boy.
You people talking about heat, Gov. I'll tell you where it's hot.
Where?
Royal Throne 25-cent barbershop. No fresh air can get down that hole. It's like being in a gunny sack.
When were you there?
Oh, a couple days ago.
I don't think I want you hanging around any such a seedy establishment.
I was in the society of Leroy Snow. Leroy was passing bills. We stopped in at all the downtown establishments. By George, it was close in that barbershop. Ed Harvey was asleep in one of the barber chairs, and he looked like he was about to melt.
Hank's going to start sleeping in a barber chair,
A barber chair is very comfortable.
What a way to live.
It's an economical way to live.
Sure. Won't cost him a nickel. Well, he can sleep in the barber chair for nothing, and he can get his food for nothing.
How?
Help himself to that free lunch Gov was talking about.
Free lunch in a barber shop.
The idea was a stroke of genius on Hank's part.
Ish.
Hi, George. That is a good job, come to think of it. In addition to a free place to sleep and free food, Hank will also be entitled to free shaves and haircuts. Won't he, Gov?
Couldn't say.
Sure he will. He certainly wouldn't want to patronize any competitors. Ed Harvey wouldn't stand for it. Be just the same as a guy running a restaurant and then taking his meals at a cafeteria across the street. Hank can say, Ed, put on your apron and get out your clippers, because I want a shave, a haircut, an eyebrow pluck, massage, shampoo, a shoe shine, manicure, head rinse.
You're very, very funny tonight, Charcoal Burning.
Everybody hitting the hay early. Electric light just went off in Charlie Razorscum's bedroom.
Smelly Clark's Uncle Strap loves to reminisce over the time he went...
Telephone is ringing.
Go see, Willie.
Oh, heck, wouldn't be for me.
Well, it's not Fred and Ruthie, I know. Fred's putting in overtime at the foundry tonight. Scoot.
I expect it could possibly be Bluetooth Johnson.
Yes, or Smelly Clark, or Rooster, or Willis, or Heine, or any of a dozen of your sidekicks.
See Bluetooth if it'd be anybody.
I had quite a little conversation with Miss Eepers today.
How's she?
All right. A little leaner than she was, I thought.
How's TJ?
I never asked after TJ. Kind of afraid to, don't you know? Since he was in jail those 4 times, a person anymore kind of hates to inquire. Might make it embarrassing. I asked after Florence, though. She's still keeping up with her piano. Practices several hours a day. Miss Eepers said she had the halfway promise of a position playing in at the main 10-cent store there in Pekin.
Yep, I'm very sanguine about Hank's new position. It's modest, of course. Pay will be small and all. But it's something solid for him at last. Something that he can get his teeth in. There's mighty good stuff in Hank. He's got a quick mind and a ready tongue. I know you don't favor him, but...
Nobody for me, was it?
No.
One of the kids.
Hank, that's that.
Is he still on the wire?
Just still, Gov. He said not to bother you. He gave me the message.
What was the message?
I quit my job.
I quit my job?
I quit my job.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
We take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Huh? A pink elephant just walked into the room? Duffy, you better take another look. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just Mrs. Duffy in a nightgown. I'm busy now. I'm going over the books for 1945. Yeah, I'll call you back. Now, let me see here. The black ink is the liabilities, and the red ink is the assets.
What you doing there, Miss Arthur?
Don't bother me now, Eddie. Now, let's see. First, we take the overhead. We can raise that up. Now, that'll make room for the fiscal. Let's see, that's $23,840. Now, next we take cash on hand, 85 cents. Let's see, that's a difference of, let me see. You push the 85 into the 23. Thank you, Eddie. That gives us 623. Now, carry the 3. That's 2436. Scratch out the 6 and carry the 3. That's 7623. Carry the 3. That 3 is a pest. That gives us 6 decimal point 843,000. Eddie, I think there's a shortage.
Did you shove over all them Ziffers?
Every one of them. Holy cant, if these figures don't come out even, I'm really going to be in a hole.
Hello down there.
I can't account for such a big loss. I think I better go over the figures again.
Well, you got $2 million. Want to try for 4? And what a bookkeeper.
What a bookkeeper? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I've been doing this stuff for years. Perhaps you forget that I was only the head bookkeeper of the oyster division of the Fulton Fish Market.
I beg your pardon.
Of course. And the owner of the fish market, Sir Isaac Fulton himself, he used to think I was a genius. He'd look over the books and say, Archie, you've got the greatest fish head I ever seen. Boy, was I fast at figures. Like crazy lightning, Eddie.
Hey, but did you get the right answer?
Well, you got to sacrifice something for speed. You know, maybe that's what it is. Maybe my mind is working too fast for my pencil. I think I better go over these figures again, just in my head.
Well, that gives you a nice, spacious working quarter.
Yes. Well, let me see here. 85 cents into 23840 north. Now, we take the 0. That makes it double 0. Now, we kill the hypotenuse.
Say, Art, you're ignoring me.
Oh,
I just come in to tell you that I got a job delivering orders for Colucci, the fruit peddler.
You got a job working for Colucci?
Only temporary, Art. His horse is laid up.
Glad to hear you working. Maybe you can pay us some of the dough you owe us.
Okay, Art. To what extent am I delinquent?
You are extinct to the delinquency of 45 cents.
For what?
For 6 dinners. And 12 cocktails.
Oh, but that don't come to 45 cents.
You forget the carrying charges.
Oh, no, you don't, Arch. I walked out of here.
Then again, carrying charges as bookkeeper. Now, tell me, how much is Colucci paying you per diem?
Per diem?
Yeah. Per week.
Oh. Let me... Oh, he pays me a quarter.
Hey, Colucci is paying you a quarter a week?
Yeah, but it ain't as good as it sounds, Arch. I got to work 14 hours a day.
But Finnegan, the guy is jipping you. I bet you he paid the horse more than that.
Yeah, but Arch, I'm just starting. I can't compare myself to a horse with 5 years' experience. Besides, you know, there's a chance for a steady job.
How do you mean?
Well, you know, that horse ain't getting no younger. Say, by the way, what time is it?
It's 10 after 5.
Oh, boy, I better get back to work quick.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the rush?
Well, the horse only takes 10 minutes for dinner, and I don't want Colucci to think I'm expecting favors just because I'm a human being. Well, so long, Arch.
Now, let's see here. Got to figure how much money is owed to us. Oh, yeah, here it is. Accounts payable. Bunchwager, the butcher, owes us 80 cents. Chin Lee, the French dry cleaner. 20 yen. Here we are. Cavendish, the undertaker. You think he'd pay his bills after all the business he's got out of this joint, huh?
Yeah. It would just serve him right if we improved our food.
Here's another one. Joe Hennessy. Dinner for two. 35 cents. He can afford to pay. I'm going to give that guy a ring. Hello? Oh, hello, Mrs. Hennessy. Look, I've just been going over our books, and according to our records, your husband brought you in here for dinner last Tuesday, and he didn't... Huh? That wasn't you he brought in. Ain't you a tall blonde with a red hat? Oh. Well, when he gets out of the hospital, tell him to drop in and see it.
Man, what a diplomat you are.
Huh?
What a diplomat you are.
Well, Hetty, how was I supposed to know the dame wasn't his wife? They was fighting all through dinner. Now, let's see. I think everybody on this block must owe us money. Look at here. Spaganucci, $1.20. Kokolansky, 65 cents. Damianovich, Goldberg, Giannini, Mark Schneller, Epstein, Jones. Jones? What's this neighborhood coming to? Hello? Huh? Oh, hold the line. Miss Duffy, you want it on the phone.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, hello, Clarence. Yes, this is your gorgeous, beautiful doll.
Has he got the wrong number?
What? Oh, Clarence. But, Clarence, that isn't fair to Lana Turner.
This guy must have a snoot foot.
What am I doing tonight? Well, I have a date, but... Huh? Either I go out with you or you'll kill yourself?
He'd be much better off.
Hello, Clarence? What? You think I'm what? Oh, Clarence, that's very flattering. But after all, you only saw me that one night.
That explains that. The guy ain't never seen her in the daylight.
Huh? Okay, Clarence, I'll see you at the Bijou at 8 o'clock. Will you, be in uniform? Okay, darling.
Just a second. Ain't this Clarence, the usher at the Bijou?
Yeah.
I thought so. In uniform. Ain't he the one up on the second balcony?
I'll have you know that he is now on the main floor.
Oh. They probably grounded him on account of his eyesight. Now, look, Miss Duffy, will you take your mind off guys? I'm having trouble with these books, and we got to straighten them out. Now, will you please explain your filing system to me?
Yes, it's very simple. I keep all the paid bills under P and the unpaid bills under U. It's what they call the PU system.
Yes, it certainly does. And by the way, there's a couple of paid bills here, okayed by you, that I don't understand how they got in there.
What do you mean?
This item here, Armed Forces Transportation, $5. How come?
Well, you don't expect me to come home from the Navy Yard at 3 o'clock in the morning in the subway, do you?
Oh. Miss Duffy, how am I going to explain this item to your father?
Well, Archie, you know, sometimes figures can stand a little padding.
You ought to know. Now, beat it, will you? pad the figures. What an idea. What an idea. Hey, maybe there's some madness in our method.
Archie?
Oh, hello, Mr. Miller. Hey, maybe you could help me. Do you know how to keep books?
Oh, sure. Don't lend them to anybody.
Let's see now. How can I juggle these figures? I can change the 0 to a digit. Turn the 6 upside down to look like a 9. Then I can plug up the holes in these trees so they look like 8.
Oh, if I had the wings of an...
Wait a minute, Eddie. Don't be such a wise guy. The figures are right here in the books in black and white.
Black and white, huh? You better get used to them colors. You may be wearing them.
How could we fake these figures so they could come out honest? I got it. We'll take an inventory.
Inventory?
Why not?
Miss Archie, you could list our complete stock on the back of a nickel without crowding the buffalo.
Never mind the comments. You just help me take the inventory. Now, you call off the items, and I'll jack them up. I mean, put them down. Now, first, open that box there and give me the count on the silverware.
Silverware? Let's see now. Teaspoons, 6. Tablespoons, 6. Soup spoons, 6. Dessert spoons, 6. Total number of spoons, 6.
Okay, I'll put it down. Spoons, 16 dozen. Now, the next item, Eddie, the dishes. How many finger bowls are there?
A finger bowl? Just them same 2 down there.
6 brass finger bowls. Now, next, china.
Oh, ain't they having enough trouble?
I'm talking about the chinaware, Eddie. Now, cups and saucers.
Okay. 4 china coffee cups slightly chipped on the outside. 6 cups chipped inside. 4 cups, no handles. 8 handles, no cups.
China set incomplete. Only 116 pieces. Now, next the plates. How many pieces?
Just a second, I'll count them. 4, 8, 12, 16...
Plates. 2,000 pieces. Now, what else do we got? Oh, yes, the canned goods. Let's count the canned goods.
Including or excluding Mr. Moriarty?
don't be so whimsical. I'm talking about the canned goods that will still be canned goods in the morning.
That's still Mr. Moriarty.
Look, I got to get this thing finished. Now, would you mind to please just count the cans?
Okay. Let's see. 1 can of tuna fish.
2 tuna.
2 pea soup.
Split?
No, just leaking a little. Yes, 3 tomatoes.
That's 6 tomatoes.
4 mock turtle.
Real or imitation?
I can't tell. The label is covered up by the condemned stamp. That's all on this shelf.
Wait a minute. What about that rusty can over there?
Where? Oh, yeah. Let's see.
What does it say?
With women who know their soup's best, it's Camel 2-1. Signed, Betsy Ross.
Just a second, Eddie. It can't be that old.
Oh, no? Take a look. That NRA eagle ain't no squab.
Okay, I'll put it down. 2 cans of vintage soup. Now, what's that jar on the next shelf there?
What jar? Oh, that's some pickled pig's feet that Duffy himself put up.
Duffy put up? Okay. 1 jar of pickled pig's feet, untouched by human hand. Now, leave us take the free lunch next, Eddie.
All right. Let's see. 6 salami sandwiches, 6 liverwurst, and 2 indifferent.
What do you mean indifferent?
After they get past a certain age, it's hard to tell.
Okay, we'll call them chicken salad. 40 chicken salad sandwiches. Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Huh? Is who here? The accountant you sent down to look over the books. But Duffy, you can't. But Duffy. Huh? Okay, then let him come. I ain't got nothing to hide. Quick, Eddie, where are we going to hide these books?
I don't know where you're going to hide them.
Young man, I would like to talk to you. I am Mr. Schmidlap, the CPA.
Oh, the accountant. Oh, yes, we've been looking forward to your acquaintanceship. Hey, Eddie, the accountant just got here.
Ah, speak of the debit.
Well, glad to see you, Schmidlap, old boy. Have a cigarette?
Never touch them.
Bite to eat?
No, thanks.
Have a drink?
No, thanks.
Well, look, I got a couple of phone numbers.
No, thank you.
Schmidlap, would you mind breathing into that mirror? I just want to see if you're alive.
My dear young friend, I happen to be a quiet, simple, happily married man with 2 little children.
2 little Schmidlaps. Well, what an occasion this is. Eddie, Mr. Schmidlap here says he just had twins. Schmid, to this we got to drink a toast.
But I didn't say anything of the kind, and I don't drink. It goes to my head.
But, Schmid, you got to on an occasion like this. What will your answer be if someday them sweet, innocent, little blue-eyed, curly-haired cherubs come to you and say, Daddy, is it true that you refused to drink a toast with us to Archie?
Well, okay, but just one.
Atta, boy. Here you are. To the 2 little Schmidlaps. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
You stepped on that last bottom.
Gee, this stuff isn't so bad at that.
No, it's pretty good. Here, have another one.
No.
Down the hatch. For he's a jolly good Schmidlap. For he's a jolly good Schmidlap. For he's a jolly good Schmidlap, which nobody can deny. You know, Schmidlap, by the way, what's your first name?
Bartholomew.
You know, Schmidlap, I used to be an accountant myself.
Oh, is that so? Certified?
Nope, pasteurized.
You know, this is the first fun I've had in years.
Yeah, huh? Look, Schmid, come here. I got a little redhead over here on 18th Street, and, well, you're an accountant. You know what a round figure is.
Of course.
Well, this one is for you, and I know she's crazy about bookkeepers, so what will she do for an SPCA like you?
Now, wait. No, I can't do it. I've got to keep this. I've got to keep the beast in me under control. After all, I'm a married man. Now, where are those books?
Right here, Schmidler. Go ahead, examine them. Go on, get over there in the corner and examine them.
Ain't you leading with your chin there, Miss Arthur?
Yep, Eddie. Just like a boxer leads with his chin to find out the other guy's weakness. This guy's weakness we find out is dames. Ergo, so we frame him with a dame that is not his wife.
Well, suppose he gets wise.
Gets wise? What are you talking? This guy is so square he blocks his own hat. Now, let me see. What dame could I get to help us out? Where? If it ain't Seabiscuit. What are you doing here? I thought you was out pulling Colucci's fruit wagon.
Yeah, but I couldn't take it, Art.
What do you mean you couldn't take it?
Well, pulling the wagon uphill was all right, but going downhill, it scraped all the skin off of me with it.
Well, I'm glad you came back. I got a little job here that you can help me with, Finnegan.
Oh, swell. Anything human?
Yeah, but I'll give you a whack at it anyway. Now, come here. I'll tell you what I want you to do. Hey, Eddie, watch the joint in case a customer comes in, will you?
Okay, Trimmer. You mean you gonna frame a man with a wife and 2 children?
Well, he's got me on the spot with them books, ain't he? The law of the jungle, Eddie. An eye for an eye and a dog for a dog. Now, you keep on at it. Hey, Finnegan. Come here.
Oh, sure.
Now, you remember what I told you? You remember when you're supposed to jump in, don't you?
All right, Art. As soon as you say giddy up.
Right. Now, just stand by. Hey, Miss Duffy, come here.
Yeah? What is it now?
Miss Duffy, you see that distinguished-looking gentleman over there with the high glasses working on the books?
Yeah?
He just told me he goes for you. And you know who he is?
Who?
Only Bartholomew Schmidlaff. The wealthy bachelor and playboy. Throws money around like a Confederate sailor. Boy, what a spender. You see that fountain pen he's writing with? That's a lifetime fountain pen. This guy will use it once and throw it away.
Oh, he's beginning to sound interesting. But, Archie, if he's so crazy about me, why did he ignore me when he came in?
Well, he told me about that. He's got what they call a phobia. You know, a female phobia. It seems that when he was a baby, he had a very ugly nurse, you see, who was cruel to him, so now he gets shy in the presence of ugly women.
Oh, well, that's different.
Yeah.
But I can't very well chase after him.
What's the matter? Did you suddenly develop a Charlie horse? Look, if you want a wealthy bachelor like that, you've got to go after him a little.
Well, how do you think I ought to approach him?
How to approach him? I don't know. You might tell him you want to write his life story for the Hobo News. Look, what's the use of me telling you how to attack the guy? You'll figure out something. I'll be right with you. Hey, Bartholomew.
Yes?
Yeah, no, I told you I had a cute little doll lined up here.
And I told you I wasn't interested.
But, Schmidt, take a look at her over there. Look at that construction. Plenty to go around, ain't there? Ever seen anything like it before?
No, has anybody?
A fair question. But where do you meet her? Hey, Toots, come here. Mr. Schmidlap, shake hands with Toots. Here, Toots, put your arm around Mr. Schmidlap.
By all means. Gee, you're cute.
Now, look, young lady, I'm busy with these books, and I don't want to be bothered.
Gee, you're shy, ain't he?
Yeah, I told you. You'll have to be the offensive one.
Well, that's no trouble at all. Come here, cutie, while I give you a little kiss.
Now, just a second.
Oh, come on.
Atta girl, Toots. Okay, I got him by the arm.
Let me at him.
Wait a minute, Miss Duffy. You don't have to go berserk. The idea is to take him alive.
You shut up.
Help! Giddy up. Giddy up.
Unhand that woman, Bartholomew Schmidlap, you fiend!
Holy cat. Her husband.
So, this is what happened behind me back when I'm out working like a horse.
Wait a minute, killer. Don't reach for that knife. We ain't wiped up the blood from the last guy you killed.
So slit this homewrecker's ears from throat to throat. So mobilize him. How deep?
Look out, Schmidlap, before he jumps for your throat.
If I'm going out to get my gun, I'll pump this white stealer so full of bullets, he'll never be able to get the lead out. Let me out of here.
Oh, boy. Are you in trouble, Bartholomew? But it's your own fault, you know. I told you not to make no passes at the dame. Boy, when your wife finds out what this guy shot you for, I'd hate to be in your spot. But if you could arrange not to mention anything about the books being short...
Armed Forces Radio Service.
For a beautiful smile, the life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for a beautiful smile, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, in the life of Riley. Well, for the past few weeks, Mr. and Mrs. Chester A. Riley and their 2 teenage children, Babs and Junior, were vacationing in the East, and all was quiet on the Western Front. But now the family is back in their little California bungalow, and as we look in on the Rileys, we find them on a subject that comes up in a lot of kitchens.
But, Mother, the coat's only $30.
I'm sorry, Babs. We just can't afford it.
I'm going to ask Daddy.
Now, don't start pestering your father at breakfast. You promised him never to talk about money during mealtime.
I know. So now whenever I bring up the subject of money, he starts eating.
Mom's right, Babs. Lay off of Pop. Let's keep him in a good mood.
Well, that's very considerate of you, Junior.
Well, sure. Then I can hit him for $1.
You nothing of the kind.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, good morning, Duffy.
Hello, dear.
Morning, offspring.
Hello, Daddy.
Ah, that's what I like to see. My own little family gathered around the breakfast table without a care in the world.
Daddy, dear.
No.
Pop?
No.
Gosh, you don't even know what I was going to ask you.
I know. When it comes to you kids, I'm psychopathic. You want money?
Only $1.
Didn't I give you $1 yesterday?
Yeah, but you made me give you 4 quarters for it.
Oh, Junior, stop annoying your father.
Yes, leave him alone. Poor Daddy hasn't even had his orange juice. Oh, here, Daddy, drink mine.
And what do you want?
Well, I really do need a new coat, Daddy.
Here's your orange juice back. Now listen, kids, I know you need things, and so does your mother. You should see the roses on her best hat, all wilted.
But I'm not going to get a new one.
Of course not. We just fertilized the old one. I mean, we just got to economize. You know, a riveter's pay envelope ain't worth what it used to be. It's inflation.
Pop, what is inflation anyway?
Well, you mean to say you don't know what inflation is? I bet your sister knows. Babs, you tell her.
Well, I'm not too clear on it. Just what is inflation?
Well, can you beat that, Peg? They don't know what inflation is.
Suppose you explain it, dear.
Well, it's very simple. You see, take the price of steak. Starts going up and up and up. Pretty soon we can't afford to buy steak. All we can afford is spaghetti and potatoes. So you eat spaghetti and potatoes 7 days a week, and then one morning you try to put your pants on and you can't button them. That's inflation. Now let me eat my breakfast in peace.
Oh, Ronnie, wait, don't sit down.
What's the matter? What?
Oh, your overalls are full of grease again. Oh, come here, spread this newspaper on your chair.
Never mind, I'll eat standing up. But just remember, this grease feeds our family.
Well, just the same, I wish you had a job where you didn't have to wear overalls.
Oh, I see. You're ashamed of my job.
Why, no, I'm not, dear.
Well, you should be. A fine father. I can't even give you the things you need.
Oh, stop that, Riley. Why, we get along all right.
Oh, you're just saying that, Peg, to make me feel good. Believe me, it hurts to have to tell my family face to face that we can't make our ends meet. There they were, Gillis, my own wife and kids begging me for things that they need.
So what? Why cry on my shoulder, eh? Leave them beg.
And what hurts me the worst, Peg said she's ashamed of me working in overalls.
What a night. Maybe she expects you to dress formal, with a white tie and a tail, huh? Maybe catch the rivets in your top hat.
Oh, Gillis, she's right. Here I am, married 17 years. Almost a fortnight. And what am I, a failure?
You know, Riley, your wife's giving you an inferior complex. Now take my wife. Whenever she opens her mouth to squawk, I tell her, if you don't like the status quo, you can ipso facto.
Yeah, but Gillis, you got a responsibility to your wife. After all, you asked her to marry you.
Who asked her? It happened at a picnic. She was chasing 5 guys, and I run the slowest.
What a life. I wouldn't blame Peg if she walked out on me tomorrow. If it wasn't for our 2 kids, I'd walk out with her.
Well, cheer up, pal. Maybe one of these days Mr. Stevenson will promote you.
Fat chance. Here we are making a fortune for him while he sits up there in his fancy office counting the dollars. What an ungrate. What a weasel.
Hey, Riley, you want it on the phone.
Oh, me?
Yeah, take it in the machine shop. It's Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson? The boss? Gillis, do you think he heard me?
Nah. He's got big ears, but they ain't equipped with radar. Go on, answer the phone.
Gee, maybe he'll fire me. Hello, Mr. Stevenson. This is Riley. Ron? I can't hear you, Mr. Stevenson. What's that? A job for me on a desk. What's that? Assistant manager. Mr. Stevenson, you mean that I... Oh, thank you. Yes, sir, I'll be there. Yes, sir, 9 a.m. Oh, Mr. Stevenson, thank you, boss. Thank you, darling. I've got to sit down. Where's the floor?
Riley, what's the matter? You're pale as a goat.
Gillis. Mr. Stevenson, the desk job, the job desk, the desk job.
Riley, have you gone berserk? What are you raving about?
I've been promoted. I got a desk job. He's made me assistant manager.
Assistant manager?
Yeah.
You? You? It's a cat's apostrophe.
Yeah. Oh, that Mr. Stevenson. What a wonderful weasel he turned out to be.
Gosh, oh boy, assistant manager.
Oh, that's just wonderful, Daddy. Assistant manager. I just can't believe it.
Now, Peg, don't be a doubting tomcat. Stevenson just phoned me up himself. Gee, you'd think a guy's own wife would believe him.
Oh, I do believe you, dear. And I'm proud of you.
So am I. You know, all my life I thought I was a dunce. But Stevenson convinced me. Chester A. Riley, assistant manager.
Well, what does an assistant manager have to do, Pop?
Junior, it's a cinch. All day long I'll be sitting back in my swivel chair with my hands behind my head, pushing buzzers.
No, how can you push buzzers with your hands behind your head?
I got toes, ain't I?
Oh, gee, it'll be heavenly to be rich, Daddy.
We'll be on Easy Street, Dumplin'. All my life I've been promising you and the kids all kinds of things. Well, from now on, when I promise you things, I won't be lying.
Oh, can we get a car?
You bet.
Can I drive it, Pop?
Sure, and I'll buy you a chauffeur's uniform. And Dumplin', I want you to go out and buy anything you want. Open charge accounts in all the stores. With my new salary, I can afford to owe everybody. And you know, Peg, we're going to send your mother Well, Peg, what's the matter? You're crying.
Oh, it's nothing. It's just that I'm so proud of you. Come here, dear.
Ooh. What a kiss. Gosh, Dumplin', you kissed me just as if we weren't married.
I still can't believe it. It's all like a dream.
Yeah. And we got my boss, Mr. Stevenson, to thank for all this. That man will always have my undying gratitude. I'll work hard. I'll go up and up and up. And someday, you'll see, I'll take Stevenson's job away from him.
I've typed those letters, Mr. Stevenson.
Thanks, Millie. I guess you can go now. Over the way, did they deliver the desk I ordered for the new assistant manager?
Yes, sir. It's in the vacant office.
Fine. I spoke to a man in the riveting department named Riley. He'll be here tomorrow morning. You show him into the office. Put him to work polishing that desk. Wilson, my new assistant manager, gets here Friday.
Hurry up with that tie, Dublin. I don't want to be late the first day.
Stop fidgeting.
Well, I can't.
There, now it's all tied.
Daddy, I never saw you look so dressed up.
Junior, are you through shining my shoes?
Stand still while I brush you.
Right. Junior, did you call a taxi? I gotta have a taxi.
Taxi, Daddy? All the way to the plant?
No, only to the bus. Well, goodbye, Dublin. Goodbye, kids. Wait a minute. Where's my lunch pail?
Oh, Daddy, executives don't carry lunch pails.
Oh, okay, then I won't eat. Well, goodbye.
Wait a minute. Let me take another look at you.
Yeah?
Oh, my, you look wonderful.
Yeah. When I walk into the office and they see me all dolled up like this, somebody's going to get the shock of their life. Good morning, miss. Kindly tell Mr. Stevenson his new assistant manager is here.
Oh, are you the...
Yep.
Well, we didn't expect you so early. I'll tell him you're here.
Thank you.
What is it, Melanie?
Mr. Stevenson, the new assistant manager, is here.
What? Why, Mr. Wilson wasn't due until tomorrow. Oh, and that desk's a mess. Where's that deadhead Riley?
I don't know.
Find out if he's punched in while I go out and show Wilson his office. Well, good morning, Mr. Wilson. Riley, it's you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that secretary of mine thought... Oh, is she dumb?
She looks dumb.
Well, let's go, Riley. I'll show you the office.
Okay, boy.
Here it is. There's the desk.
Oh, what a beautiful office. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, Carl.
Oh, forget it. I couldn't have found a better man for the job.
You ain't getting no argument out of me. By the by, Carl, I guess an assistant manager pulls down a pretty hefty salary, huh?
Naturally.
10,000? Oh, he gets 8,000, huh? 5,000? $4,000? Listen, I don't have to take a cut, do I?
Now, stop horsing around, Riley, and go to work.
Yes, sir. But you know, boss, I'm kind of surprised that you put me on this job. After all, I'm a little on the rough side, but give me a little time and I'll get plenty of polish.
You don't have to get polished. There's a whole gallon in the corner. Now get into some overalls and start polishing that desk.
Hold on a second, Chief. You don't expect an assistant manager to polish a desk.
No, I expect you to do it. And have it finished before Wilson, my new assistant, shows up tomorrow.
Wilson? Assistant? But I thought that You mean he... I'm just going to polish... What a revolting development this is.
We'll bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. Don't wait for that warning signal.
Tender gums?
Serious dental trouble is often forecast by...
Tender gums.
If your gums were tender, sore, when you brushed your teeth today, that's nature's warning to watch out. It's often the first sign of serious dental trouble. What's more, dental authorities say that brushing with toothpastes and powders which contain harsh abrasives only make things worse. You see, toothpastes and powders contain abrasives. That's primarily how they clean. And you can imagine what abrasives can do to gums that are already tender and sore. That's why I urge you at the first sign of tender gums to switch to Teal, the liquid dentifrice. Teal contains no abrasives, so Teal does not irritate even tender gums. Teal is good for tender gums. In fact, because Teal is a liquid, it reduces the irritating effect of the brush itself, authorities say. Teal lets you massage your gums gently. Once you've used Teal, chances are you'll continue. You'll like the way it makes teeth look sparkling clean, the way it helps sweeten your breath and gives your mouth a refreshed, tingling taste. So when gums hurt, see your dentist and switch to Teal. Better yet, don't wait for that warning signal. Get Teal now and follow directions on the package. Remember, that's Teal. T-E-E-L, Teal. The modern liquid dentifrice. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, it was a happy Riley who left home this morning for the Stevenson Aircraft plant under the impression that he was to take the assistant manager's desk. Then he discovered that he was to take the assistant manager's desk and polish it. And now, after 8 hours of rubbing the desk, he faces the ordeal of telling his proud family the shocking news.
Oh, hello, dear.
You big shots. Did you put over any big deals? Did you fire
Did you
anybody?
take letters? Have you got a secretary? Children, give your father a chance. He must be dead tired. Remember, he's been thinking hard all day.
Yeah. I can hardly lift my right arm.
Your arm?
For picking up the telephone all day.
Well, sit down, dear, and tell us all about it.
Yeah, sit down here, Pop. Here's your pipe.
Thanks.
Shall I put on your slippers, Daddy?
Okay, but they may be a little too big for you.
Now, tell us, dear. How does it feel to be a big executive?
I'm glad you brought the subject up. Peg, there's something I've got to tell you.
Yes, dear?
Now, listen carefully. You see, let me put it another way. Maybe I ought to give up being a manager and go back to being a river.
But why?
Well, there's more chance for advancement.
Gosh, Pop. One day of mental work and you're having a nervous breakdown.
Oh, Daddy, what do you say?
Well, I'm thinking of quitting for your sake.
For our sake?
Yeah, well, you know how it is when a guy gets into the big door, becomes a big shot, he gets to be a snob, and he becomes repulsive. I don't want to be any more repulsive than I am right now.
Oh, now, darling, you're just excited about your good luck. Come on, let's have dinner.
No, not yet, Peg. I'm going out for a little walk. I want to blow out my brains with some fresh air.
Who there, Riley?
Who's that?
It's I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, what are you doing in the park, Digger?
Oh, I always come here at twilight and walk around the pond. I like to listen to the frogs croak.
Digger, I'm in a jam. Maybe you can help me.
Depend on me, Riley. I've given many a man a push in the right direction.
Well, then tell me, what do you think of a guy who's living a double life?
A double life? 2 lives? I've yet to meet a man who had more than one. If he had, he should have spoken up.
Wait, Digger, you missed the point I got in my head. I mean a guy who's making believe he's something he ain't. A faker.
Oh, I despise fakers. Fortunately, they're always caught and disgraced.
They are?
Oh, yes. In my profession, we have a saying. A man may lead 2 lives at once, for one reason or another. But in the end, you nail him good. That's all, brother.
Digger, it's me I'm talking about. I'm the disgrace. I'm a failure as a husband.
Ah, husband. Limping home after a hard day's work to the faithful little woman. Listening to the patter of little feet as the kiddies romp on the dining room table. In-laws dropping in for a weekend and staying long enough to get squatters' rights. I adore bachelors. They're so gay.
Right now, I wish I was a bachelor. Then maybe my children would like me better. You see, Digger, I told my family that I got a big promotion, but it's all a mistake.
Then go and tell them the truth. Didn't me just laugh?
I'm afraid to. They'll hate me.
Have it your own way, Riley. But if you find yourself in a hole, remember, I didn't put you there. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
What a job. I get all the dirty work.
Riley, aren't you through polishing the desk?
Not yet, Millie, not yet.
Well, hurry up, molasses. Don't make this a career.
Miss Hoity-Toity. Always criticizing. When she thought I was assistant manager, she gave me respect. Then she found out what I really am, so she don't treat me human. What's so wonderful about being assistant manager? Nothing to it. All you do is fire people, hire people, collect good dough, take long lunch hours. I'm a natural for a job like that. All you have to do is act important. When the phone rings, pick it up. Talk like a big shot. Riley speaking.
This is Barker on the front gate. Your wife and kids are on the way up to see you.
Listen, Barker, don't bother me with petty details or I'll slip you a pink slip. Interrupting a busy man with the family. Peg, Junior, Babs, they'll find out. Millie, my family, they're here. They'll find out. Help me, Millie, please, help me.
Sure. What do you want me to do?
Help me take my pants off. I mean my overalls. I gotta hide my overalls, Millie.
Oh, what are you talking about?
My family, they think I'm assistant manager. Don't give me away. Please give me a break. Oh, what'll I do?
Well, all right. Take it easy. I won't tell them.
Yeah, but Millie,
The man said first floor.
They're here. My overalls.
Here, hide them in the wastebasket.
Yeah, okay.
Here, now put your coat on.
Okay, I'm putting it on. Okay.
Here he is, Mom. Hiya, Pop.
Hello, Daddy.
Hello, dear. We thought we'd pay you a little surprise visit.
Fine. What a pleasant surprise. I was just working with my secretary here. That'll be all, Millie. By the way, Millie, I want to send out some circular letters. Get me some round paper.
Yes, sir. Oh, Daddy, you've got a beautiful office.
It is nice, ain't it?
Dear, we brought you a few little gifts.
Here, Pop. Look, business cards with your name printed. Chester A. Riley, assistant manager.
And this is a picture of me and the children to keep on your desk.
You shouldn't have done it. Believe me, you shouldn't have done it.
We'll unwrap it. There. Oh, Junior, dear, put the paper in the wastebasket.
Hey, look what's in your wastebasket, Pop. A pair of overalls.
Why, Bradley, those look...
They ain't mine. They're my secretaries. I mean, they're Gillis's. That's who they are.
Gillis?
Yeah, I give him a break and let him polish my desk, and he leaves his dirty overalls around.
Well, where are you going?
I'm going to ram him down his throat.
Gosh, Pop's acting funny.
You know, it's funny about those overalls. I could have sworn that they were...
Hey, Riley, Why, Mrs. Riley. And the kids. What are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gillis. We're just visiting.
Oh, Pop's looking for you, Mr. Gillis.
I'm looking for him. The foreman wants to know when he's going to be through polishing that desk. He wants him back in the Riverton department.
Polishing the desk?
Yeah, that one. For Mr. Wilson, the new assistant manager.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, tell him to speed it up, will you? So long, folks.
Well, gosh, Mom, I don't get it. If Pop's the assistant manager...
I'm afraid he isn't. Something must have gone wrong.
Oh, poor Daddy. No wonder he's been acting so strange.
Now, you let me do all the talking.
Shh, here he comes.
Boy, did I tell that Gillis off. Friendship is friendship, but in this plant, he's got to realize that I'm the assistant manager.
That's right, dear.
You better go now, dear. I got an important conference with Mr. Stevenson. A big stock deal, a fiscal fiduciary matter. You see, I figured out that the common stock is too common, and so I'm
Riley,
gonna
dear.
make...
Why don't you quit this job?
That's gratitude for you. Here I struggle and slave year after year to get to the top, and you want me to... Did you say quit?
Yes, dear.
Well, Well, I don't know. I hate to leave him in the lurch.
Well, I know, dear, but you'll be happier in your old job. Do it for my sake.
For your sake?
Come on, Pop. Quit.
Oh, yes, Daddy, give it up.
You're asking me?
Yes, we're asking you.
You're begging me.
Yes, we're begging you.
You're pleading with me?
Yes, we're pleading with you.
Okay. I quit. You forced me into it.
Oh, Riley. Oh, thank you.
Oh, don't put me. Now I'm a failure again. I'm the happiest man in the world.
We'll be back in half a minute. Are your gums tender? Dental authorities say toothpastes and powders which contain harsh abrasives only make things worse. So clean your teeth with non-abrasive Teal, the liquid dentifrice. That's T-E-E-L, Teal. Good for gums, grand for teeth.
Riley, are you asleep?
Only my foot. My mind is still awake. Peg, there's something I got to tell you.
Yes, dear.
I never was assistant manager. I just thought I was. I got mixed up.
Oh, I see.
Sometimes I ain't very bright, am I?
No, dear. You certainly aren't.
That's what I love about you, Duffy. You always agree with me.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites you to be their guests next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix is currently starring in the Universal film White Tie and Tails. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Ship. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Babs is Sharon Douglas. Junior is Tommy Cook. Stevenson is Ken Christie. And Millie is Margaret Brayton. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley. And for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
Ladies, the exciting news these days is Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, Dreft, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Yes, the first suds in history to wash even glasses so clean they positively sparkle whether you wipe them or not. You see, Dreft is different from any soap or soap flakes you ever used. It can't leave any streaks on dishes the way all soaps do.
Yes, and it's almost unbelievable the way Dreft cuts grease. It just seems to melt away.
Another thing, in water as hard as nails, Dreft makes suds instantly. Gives 5 times more suds than any soap you ever used.
Dreft is kind to my hands, too. It's just wonderful every way.
That's a fact. No soap in the world, no other suds of any kind is the same as Dreft. Dreft, the amazing suds discovery that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Get D-R-E-F-T, Dreft.
Listen again next week, same time, when Teal for a Beautiful Smile brings you the life of Riley for laughs. NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
If coffee makes you nervous, switch to Postum. The makers of Postum the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes, present those two lovable old characters from the hill country, Lum and Abner. Have you ever stopped to think how much a bad case of nerves can affect almost everything you do? For instance, if anything worries you, nerves only make you worry just that much more. Or if you're depressed, you're even further down in the mouth. And it's like that with everything when you're jittery and nervous. Well, maybe coffee nerves has you in its grip. But while many people can drink coffee without feeling nervous, many others just can't. So if you think your trouble is coffee nerves, switch to Postum, because Postum can't set your nerves on edge. It contains no caffeine or stimulant which could possibly do that. Just ask your grocer for either convenient form of this delicious mealtime drink. Postum, made as you make coffee, or instant Postum, mixed instantly in the cup. Then, if coffee has been responsible for your nervousness, see if drinking Postum instead for about 2 weeks isn't just the thing to shake the grip of coffee nerves. Drink Postum. There's a reason. And now let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Friends, you know the government has dropped all the charges preferred against Lum of running an illegal post office. However, to teach him a good lesson, Abner and Grandpappy Spears decided to let him remain hidden in the feed room for another week under the impression that he was still a fugitive. Last Wednesday, though, when they finally decided to tell him the truth, Lum, sure the authorities were closing in, had disappeared. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner and Grandpap over at the Jot and Down store discussing the matter. Listen.
Yeah, Cedric's bound to be with him, Grandpap. They both disappeared the same day.
He surely ain't taking Cedric to Mexico, though, Abner, undoubtedly.
Well, I don't know for sure that Lum went to Mexico.
Well, he told us here the other day he was going to Mexico.
Yeah, well, he might have just been talking, though, Grandpap.
Well, he ain't around Pine Ridge, we know that.
No.
You looked all over the mountains around here, and all over his place over there. Searched his barn this morning good.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he shows up one of these days.
Well, it's every bit our fault, Grandpap. Him leaving. Here he is, slipping around all over the country. Thinks he's a hunted criminal. Ain't even nobody looking for him. Well, except us. I want to find him and tell him that post office department's dropped them charges against him.
Yeah. Has he got any relays at all that you know of?
Oh, no. He ain't got no kin of no kind. That I know of.
Maybe we could advertise in the paper for him. One of them come home always forgave things.
Oh, well, he wouldn't be looking for no advertisements like that in the newspaper.
I don't know. He might be looking in the paper in the classified advertisements for a job of some kind.
Yeah, that's right. I hadn't thought about that. But the county seat paper, the Mina Star, don't go clean down into Mexico.
No, but maybe he ain't got down that far yet.
No. I wouldn't mind the paper advertisement if we knowed what paper to put it in.
Put it in all of them.
Well, where are we going to get the money to do that much advertising?
Let him pay for it himself. He's the one that's lost. It'd be worth it to him to find out there ain't nobody looking for him. The law, I mean. Government.
Yeah, but now what if he don't never show up no more? And paper will send us the bills.
Well, if he don't ever show up, you can sell his place over there for enough money to pay for it.
Oh, well, he generally got that place mortgaged just as high as they'll go on it. All he did since I've known him is buy that place back from the bank again.
Yeah. You ought to find out, for if he's gone down into Mexico, I doubt if he'll ever come back again. We'll never see him again, Abner.
Well, he can come back from down there, can't he?
No, if he goes down there and starts one of them revolutions like he said he would, I doubt if he ever comes back. Somebody about to take a pot shot at him. Lie him up against the wall.
You mean shoot him?
Why, sure.
What for?
For starting a revolution.
Oh, well, what is a revolution?
Well, that's when they start a war against the government.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I heard him talking about starting a revolution, but I thought it was some kind of a business he was aiming on starting.
Why, no.
You mean that Lum's going down there and start a war all by himself?
Well, of course, Cedric's with him.
Well, yeah, but them two can't whip no whole army. That's what I'm telling you. He won't last 5 minutes. We saw her last along. Sure. Oh, my goodness. Poor old fellas. And it's our fault, too, Grandpa. That's what a feller gets for trying to pull pranks on somebody. We ought to have told him at that post office department weren't after him no more. Well, we was doing it for his own good. Thought a good scare might keep him from getting into any more trouble. Yeah, and you kept telling him all that stuff about the government men being in town looking for him. I know. It's my fault. Told him I had bloodhounds trailing him. They was going to shoot him on sight. No wonder he left. Anybody would have run off. Yeah, I reckon we did carry things too far. Yeah. We sent him to his grave. That's what we did. He'll get killed down there starting a war just to show the world. Maybe he'll back out before they get to actual fighting. No, he won't. No, even old Lum, how stubborn-headed he is. He went down there to start a revolution. Why, doggies, he'll get it started somewhere or other. He has to walk up and hit the King of Mexico right in the face. Yeah, that's the trouble with Lum. Nobody left to care about him. No family or nothing. We oughtn't to tell Cedric's folks about this, Grandpa. It'll just worry his mama plumb to death. Yeah, I reckon what'll happen to Lum's place over there and his interest here in the store. What'll happen to him? Yeah, who they belong to now? You ain't got no relates, you say. Oh, I don't know. Don't know. Has he got any insurance? Life insurance? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's heavy insured. He's always said he's worth more dead than he is alive. $2,000, I believe it is. They're supposed to pay him when he dies. Well, they won't pay it to him, Abner. They'll pay it to the beneficiaries. To who? Whoever he leaves it to. It'll tell right on the insurance policy. Oh, yeah. My doggies. You're more like the one that'll get it, Abner. Yeah, just about. Bless his heart. And me the one that sent him to his grave. My land, his little heart. Whereabouts is the insurance policy at? Oh, over there in his desk, I reckon. He keeps everything else in there. Yeah, let me take a look at that thing, see what company it's with, so we know who to notify. Well, I don't think you ought to do that now, Grandpa. Go through his private, personal belongings. Ain't no use to look down there. They're in that top left-hand drawer. All tied up together. Poor old fellow. Hey, this must be them. Yeah, that's the one right there. Last will and testament of Lum Eilers. Huh? Here's his will right on top here. His will? I never even knowed he had one. You reckon we ought to open it and read it? No, I don't know. Don't know what you do in a case like this. I think we had better so we'll know who to notify. Might have some instructions and stuff like that. That's his own handwriting right on the outside of the envelope, sir. Yeah, that's his scribbling. Yeah, that's him. He was a good man, Grandpa. Yes, he was, Emma. Good man. Best friend I ever had. I can see him sitting there now, that swivel chair of his, feet propped up there on the desk, with his eyes closed, thinking. Lum done a powerful lot of thinking. Listen to this, Abner. This is touching. Huh? Break your heart. To who it may concern. Oh, my last will and testament. Yeah. I don't know whether I can read this or not, Abner. Hand it here. I'll try to read it, Grandpa, first. I know everything's left to you anyway. Yeah. Bless his heart. He was a friend. A friend, if ever I had one. To see here, my eyes is puddled up. I can't hardly see. Last will and testament of me, Hale, Eilers. Will number 17. Yeah, you always made out a new one every time you got mad. I know that. By the time you read this, I will be passed on to my reward. He must have had a notion this is going to happen to him sometime. A tuition, yeah. So go and read it, Abner. I'm curious to see who he's leaving stuff to. Yeah. Me and him was awful close, too, you know. Yeah, I know he was. He thought the world all of it. I want whoever reads this will to see that all my earthly possessions goes to the best friend I ever had in this world. Bless his heart. The one friend I could always depend on to give me comfort in time of trouble and distress.
Skip on down there and see who it is.
I, therefore, being sound in mind and body, do hereby bequeath said possessions to Evelina Schultz.
Evelina Schultz?
Why, Dad, blame him. What's he doing that for? Why, she's been married to Spud Gandol for 2 years.
Well, look and see when the will was wrote.
Oh, May the 20th, 1935.
Oh, well, no wonder. That's before she married Spud. When her and Lum was aiming on getting married.
Yeah.
He ain't more than likely forgot to change it.
Well, does this thing still stand then?
Of course it does, if that's the last he made.
Oh, well, we got to find him, Grandpap. Tell him what he did here. Wait a minute. That's all right. I'll get it. Hello. Jot him down, Thor. Who? Oh, all right. Yes, Mom, this is me. It's Mexico calling, Grandpa.
Oh, my goodness. Maybe.
Hello? Yes, sir, this is me. Yes, sir. He has. What was he doing? Starting a revolution?
Oh, he's still alive, is he?
Oh.
Good for him.
Well, we'll come down there, right? Up where? Oh, all right. We'll be there. Yeah. Just tell him we'll be there. He can depend on us. Goodbye. I noticed he got in the wrong place, Grandpa.
Wrong place?
Yeah, he's in Mexico, all right, but it's Mexico, Missouri. They got him and Cedric in jail for vagrancy. Now then, we got to go up there and get him out.
Well, we imagine Lum will have a little trouble starting a revolution in Missouri. You know how music can often express the way we feel? Well, what sort of an idea would this give you? It's pretty terrible, isn't it? Discordant and out of tune. In fact, pretty much the way you feel when indigestion makes you sour and short-tempered and disagreeable. Well, what's the cause of your indigestion? Did you ever stop to think it might be coffee nerves? You know that while many people can drink coffee without feeling upset, many others cannot. Perhaps you shouldn't drink it. And if not, if you find coffee does disagree with you, well, why not switch to Postum? Postum, you see, contains no caffeine or stimulant of any kind, so it can't possibly give you indigestion. You love Postum, honestly. It's just so tempting and full of fragrance and flavor, you'll enjoy it at every meal. And you can easily afford it at every meal. Because actually Postum costs you less than 1/2 cent a cup. So take a friendly suggestion, will you? If coffee doesn't sit well with you, drink Postum instead. In a few days, see if the tune doesn't change. And after switching to Postum for a reasonable time, say 2 weeks, see if it isn't more like this. Ask your grocer for Postum tomorrow. Don't forget, friends, be with us next Monday evening at this same time when we go for another visit to Pine Ridge with Lum and Abner. Lou Crosby speaking. And remember Postum, your best bet for a good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hey, Andy, did you hear that the Kingfisher's wife is going to Philadelphia for the weekend?
Yeah, I heard something about it.
Yeah, and she's leaving the Kingfish all alone in the big city.
Well, all I can say is the big city better look out, because that Kingfish...
The makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show. Philadelphia is a wonderful city to most people, but not to George Kingfish Stevens. His wife's relatives live there. And as we join Kingfish and Sapphire now, they are at Pennsylvania Station, where Sapphire is about to board a Philadelphia train for a 3-day family reunion to celebrate her Aunt Emma's wedding anniversary. The Kingfish has come down to see her off.
George, I'm going to feel embarrassed at this family reunion without my husband along. Won't you change your mind?
Now, look, Sapphire, we done already been over all of that. I admit that relatives has got a right to be repulsive. But with you relatives, I'm going to tell you their privilege is being taken for a beating.
Now, wait a minute, George. There's nothing wrong with my relatives.
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with your relatives. Take your Aunt Emma, for instance. Now, there is a nice friendly type. She got all of the personality of an ingrowing toenail.
George, you stop insulting my relatives. What about your own?
Yeah, at least my relatives don't force themselves on you.
Oh, they don't, huh?
No.
Well, what about them 2 nieces of yours who wanted to come up from Georgia to visit us this week? And that reminds me, did you telegraph them that I'd be away and not to come?
Yeah, of course I sent them the telegram. I sent it last night and told Mary and Jane not to come up to New York.
Well, I'm certainly glad.
Yeah, well...
Attention, please. Philadelphia Limited, leaving on track 12, Gate Barrow.
Yeah, well, that's you, Sapphire. Better get going, honey.
Yes, George. And by the way, do you have enough money?
No, I ain't, honey.
Well, that's good. Then you won't get into no trouble. Goodbye, George.
Sapphire, honey, oh, me. Alone in New York for 3 days, and all I got is 48 cents. Oh, well, better get moving. Ain't gonna make no money down here at the depot. Oh.
Maybe this man can help us, Sadie.
Yes. Excuse me, mister. Can you tell us where the traveler's aid site is located?
Traveler's aid, let me see now.
Well, you see, we just arrived in New York, and we thought they might help us to find a place to stay up in Harlem for a few days.
You don't happen to know somebody who would have a vacant room, do you? We only need it till Sunday night.
Sorry, the only vacant room I know is at my place, and of course that is out of the question.
Please, miss, if you got a vacant room, won't you let us have it?
Sorry, it's absolutely impossible to rent you my place.
We'll pay you $5.
Here's the key to my front door.
But what about you? Where you going to stay?
Oh, don't worry about me. I got a friend that I can talk into letting me stay with him. Come on, girls, I'll show you the way. Now, Brother Ander, we are supposed to be friends, and so far, we ain't been making the most of it.
We ain't, huh?
No. You know, we ought to get together, and we ought to know each other better. We ought to be visiting with each other.
Yeah, well, you was here visiting with me now, and we're still friends, ain't we?
Wait a minute, though, Anna. The kind of visiting I'm talking about ain't just the sitting kind of visiting. It's the sleeping kind. Yeah, Andy, old pal, how about me and you having a pajama party? Just a deal.
Oh, sure. That's all right. With Sapphire away for the weekend, I'd be glad to come over to your house and sleep with you.
Now, hold on, Anna. What I had in mind was sleeping at your place. See?
Oh, no, you don't, Kingfish. When you sleep with me, you twist and turn. Your feet end up where your head ought to be. Not only that, I remember the last time you stayed with me. You dreamed you was riding a bicycle and you pedaled all night.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong? You was using my ears for the pedal. Oh, no, Kingfish, there ain't a chance of you staying at my place.
Well, Anna, look like I better tell you the truth, son. Look here, I done rented our apartment to a couple of gals till Sunday night for $5, and I gotta stay at your place. And I tell you the truth, I'll give you $2.50.
Where's our pajamas? Wait a minute. Hello, Amos.
Hello there, fellas. How is you? Hello there, Amos. Sit down, son.
I thought I'd find you here, Kingfish. This telegram just came for you over to Lodge. I thought I'd drop it by here.
Telegram, huh? I wonder who that could be from. Let me see here. From Sapphire.
What'd she say, Kingfish?
They say here, Aunt Emma has got flu. Returning tomorrow. Let you know later what train. Hey, wait a minute. Sapphire's gonna come back tomorrow.
Yeah, what you gonna do?
Yeah, what's the trouble, Kingfish?
Well, it's a long story, Amos. Look, Ander, I gotta rush right over to the place and get them two gals out of there.
telling you now, Mr. Kingfish, we ain't going to get out of here.
Yeah, well, I just done told you the jam that I was in. You got to get out.
We ain't moving out for you or nobody else.
That's right. We ain't going no other place because we ain't got no other place to go, and you can't put us out.
What do you expect us to do, sleep in the park?
Yeah, well, when you come to think of it, what's wrong with that? Out in the fresh air all night, see the beautiful sunrise, policemen patrolling up and down protecting you. Yeah, if I didn't have a lease on this house, I'd move out there myself. Yeah, I'd get out there. Yeah, can I help you girls pack up now?
Listen here, mister. We ain't leaving here for you or nobody else till Sunday, and that's final.
Oh, me. Who can I get to move out of their apartment and get them gals a place to sleep? Well, hello there, Shorty. Glad you ain't got nobody in the barbershop here today.
Hi, Kingfish. What's the matter? You sure do look worried.
Oh, I just done had an argument with two gals, Shorty. Yeah, I'm in plenty of trouble, and you is the man that can help me.
Yeah, well, I'll be glad to do. I'll do anything I'm your friend. You can count on. You don't have to. I ain't got a dime.
No, listen, it ain't got nothing to do with money, Shorty. You see, my wife done left town for the weekend. And I went ahead and I done rented our apartment to two gals while my wife was gone. Now, the only thing is, my wife coming back unexpectedly, and I can't get the gals out.
Yeah, well, nothing can happen. Everything's going to be all right. Yeah, there's no need to worry. You don't have to worry about you heading for the hospital.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to stay clear of at the minute. You see, I was just up to see these gals, and they won't budge from my place unless I get them some other place to stay. Now, how about you moving out of your place?
Yeah, no, nothing doing, Kingfish, nothing doing.
You mean that you ain't gonna give up your place?
Yeah, that's right, Kingfish. I just can't do it.
Yeah, well, how is I gonna get them gals out of my apartment if I can't find another place for them to live? That's what's got me.
Yeah. Well, tell me this. It ain't got nothing to do with the OPA, is it?
The OPA? Say, wait a minute, Shorty. You done give me an idea here. Say, tell me this. Just what does the OPA do? That's what I want to know.
Well, yeah. The OPA does what the OPA does. You see, they take the house. I mean, they take the rent. They figure the rent. You know the house that you live in. You see. And what the OPA do is the house in 1942 is what they you see what they do what they do is nobody knows.
Well, anyway, Shorty, look here. You done give me an angle that I needed. Now, look here. I know exactly what I'm going to do. This OPA thing is great. Say, tell me this. Do you know where I can find Andy Brown?
Andy Brown? Well, yeah, he was over the office. That is, I seen him at the pool at the law. I mean, he was. I ain't seen him for 3 days.
Kingfish, this is the craziest idea that you ever thunk up.
But, Andy, it's my only chance to get the gals out, and you got to do it for me.
Oh, listen, Kingfish, I can't go up to them gals and tell them that I is a official of the APO.
Andy, is OPA. Oh. Now, look, Andy, all you got to do is to be a cold-blooded guy with a glassy stare in your eyes.
Oh, you mean like the fellas behind the cigarette counters?
Oh, no. You don't have to be that cool, Andy. No. Yeah, but you got the idea.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether I ought to do it or not, Kingfish.
Oh, Andy, it's simple. Just do it the way the real OPA men's does it.
Well, what do they do?
Well, you just goes up to the house there. You is official, and you got an official notice in your pocket showing that the gals is evicted out now.
Oh, wait a minute. Where does I get that notice?
Well, now, let me see. We got to fix up one way. We got to get something that's official looking.
Like what?
Well, say, wait a minute. I got it, Andy.
Yeah?
Look here. It just so happens that me and Sapphire's marriage license is here in my desk drawer. We'll change the words on that.
Yeah, but listen, don't you need your marriage license to show that you was married?
Son, I carry scars for that purpose.
I done rung the doorbell, Kingfish. Now, do you think these gals really going to think that I is from the OPA?
Oh, sure, Anders.
We was pretty smart, all right, the way we changed your marriage certificate to look like a eviction notice.
Yeah, wait a minute. I hear him coming.
Yeah.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, it is. I'd like to present Mr. Andrew Brown here. Miss Brown happens to be the head of the OPA and vice president in charge of evictions for Harlem.
The OPA?
Yeah, if you don't mind, we'll just step inside, get your foot in the door there, and stick it in there.
Excuse me for protruding, but I didn't catch the name.
Well, I'm Sadie Gibson.
Yeah, well, sorry, that's going to be a little unpleasant, but let's get down to business here.
I suppose you're here to try and put Dorothy and me out of the apartment.
To tell you the truth, miss, it's all right with me personally to let it go, but Mr. Brown here insists on putting you out. He is the meanest, the cruelest man the OPA done ever had. Duffy Brown, they called him.
What's the matter, Sadie? What's happening?
Oh, Mr. Stevens here again, Dorothy. This is Mr. Brown from the OPA, and he's going to put us out.
Yeah, well, go ahead, Duffy. Say something cruel.
Hello, Dorothy.
Look here, Mr. Brown. We made a bargain, and we paid our rent. Now, how can the OPA put us out?
Yeah, they can't do that to us.
Before Mr. Brown loses his temper here, I better read you this eviction notice. Give it to me, Mr. Brown.
Yeah,
here you is.
Yeah, now say here, listen to this carefully, girls. Yeah. Be it known to the parties concerned that we have gathered here today to join in holy eviction from these premises. Sadie Gibson and Dorothy Hall, who is of legal age and who is united as roommates in the premises of George Kingfish Stevens, and by the power vested in the OPA, they says that the above gal swears to love, honor, and obey this notice, and as tenants is hereby pronounced null and void, unquote.
Well, Dorothy, I guess this means we got to get out.
Yeah, but where can we go? Where can we go?
How about going to the Orpheum Theater with me?
Yeah, with that triple feature bill they got over there, you can stay there till almost Sunday.
Well, the least you could do is give back our rent money.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, wait a minute, Andy, I done spent that. There ain't nothing in the OPA eviction notice about giving back money.
Now, hold on, Kingfish. How can you be so cruel and heartless with these two poor, homeless, beautiful little gals?
Oh, now, Andy.
Now, don't Andy me. As the head of the OPA, I hereby orders you to give back the money to these little gals. At least enough to pay our way to the Orpheum.
Oh, now, look here, Andy. We've got to get them out of here. Now, let's not run this OPA thing into the ground.
I'll get it.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, is this, wait a minute. Is this the Stevens residence?
The Stevens residence?
Well, wait a minute. Give me that phone. Wait a minute. Hand me that thing. Hello?
Hello, is that you, George?
Yeah, well, Sapphire, just thinking about you, honey.
Say, George, who was that gal that answered the phone?
The gal that answered the phone? The gal that answered the phone, that's one of my nieces from Georgia, honey. Yeah, one of my two nieces, that's exactly what it was. Seems they never got the telegram not to come.
Oh, your nieces. Well, as long as they're coming, I'm stuck with them. Tell them I'll be home in about 3 hours. I'm catching the noon train.
Yeah, well, I'll meet you at the Pennsylvania station, honey. Goodbye.
Sapphire, huh?
Oh, yeah, Andy.
And now she thinks that these two gals is your nieces, huh?
Yeah, now look, say, gal, I suddenly got a brand new proposition for you. That was my wife on the phone, and she coming back from Philadelphia. Now, so you can stay here till Sunday if you just will pretend you was my two nieces, Jane and Mary.
Now, wait a minute. Pretending we as your nieces is only going to get us into a family brawl.
You're right, Sadie. We'd be taking too big a chance. Come on, let's pack and get out of here.
Oh, now, hold on, gals. Look here, you got to stay, please. Now, please, I got to have two nieces.
The answer is still no. We as nieces.
Well, now, and I'm really in trouble. If Sapphire don't meet two nieces when she get back here, she really going to be suspicious. Andy, you gotta help me.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. It was bad enough playing the head of the OPO, but I'm telling you right now, I ain't gonna play no nuisance.
Leave it to George Kingfish Stevens never to give up without a struggle. Since he told his wife Sapphire that the girl who answered the phone was one of his two nieces from Georgia, he was faced with the problem of producing them if he expected Sapphire to swallow his story. And how did he do it? Well, he got his friend Andy to get two other girls up to the Stevens apartment to impersonate Jane and Mary, his nieces. And as we join him now, he is at Pennsylvania Station with Amos, awaiting the arrival of Sapphire from Philadelphia.
Hey, look, Kingfish. I guess the people from Philadelphia train is coming up the ramp now.
Yeah, and I certainly hope that Sapphire believes this thing I done cooked up for her.
Yeah, well, I don't know, Kingfish. Personally, I think that you was doing the wrong thing trying to palm off some fake nieces on her.
Well, not if I can get away with it, I ain't, and I thinks I can. Just before we come down here, Amos, I phoned Andy, you see. He say he got two gals in the apartment. Now, I ain't seen them yet, but he say he got them all rehearsed and everything. The thing really look foolproof.
Yeah, but I bet you ain't gonna fool Sapphire none.
Quiet, Amos. Here come the battle axe now. Here we is, Sapphire, darling. Here we is.
Well, hello, George. Amos, it sure was nice of you to come down with your taxi cab.
Oh, glad to do it, Sapphire. Here, let me take your bag.
Yeah, do that, Amos. It's too heavy for Sapphire. Well, come on, honey. Let's get on home. My nieces is dying to meet you. They're wondering what you look like.
Well, I've been wondering what they look like, too. By the way, what do they look like, George?
What do they look like? You know, the usual things. Arms, legs, standard equipment, yeah.
Well, George, so these are your two nieces. Ain't you going to introduce me?
Oh, yeah, honey, introducing you right now. Now, this one right here is, this one.
Yeah, Sapphire, this one is Mary, and this one is Jane.
Hello, Sapphire.
Like I told you, in Amos's taxi on the way up here, the gals unexpectedly got called back to Georgia, so they better get going now, I think.
Yeah, come on, nieces, come on.
Oh, wait a minute. There's still time for us to get acquainted here a little before they catch the train. You know, girls, I was just thinking, for sisters, y'all don't look nothing alike.
Yeah, well, I can explain that to you. You see, not looking nothing alike kind of running the family. Even their father and mother don't look nothing alike. You know. Ain't that right, gal?
That's right, Sapphire.
I just thinking, Anna, maybe we better get the two nieces started for the depot.
Oh, there's still plenty of time to visit with Mary and Jane. I got lots of things to ask them.
Yeah, well, before we get into that, I'm going to take my nieces into the kitchen and make them some lemonade.
Well, hurry back, because I'm just dying to talk to them.
Yes, I is too.
Wait, Dorothy. Before we ring Mr. Stevens' bell, let's get our story straight.
Listen, Sadie, I still think we's going to get into trouble coming back here to pretend that we's his nieces.
Well, he begged us so much after that phone call from his wife, we can't leave the poor man in a spot like this. Nothing will go wrong as long as we just remember that you is Mary and I Jane.
All right, then ring the bell.
Okay. And don't forget to let Mr. Stevens do most of the talking. We'll just agree with everything he says.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Well, I guess you is our Aunt Sapphire. We's Mr. Stevens' two nieces.
Yeah, you know, the ones from Georgia.
Nieces from Georgia? Well, come on in, but I think this is going to be a big surprise for your Uncle George. Oh, George, forget that lemonade and come on in here. Right this way, girls, in the parlor here.
Coming, Aunt Sapphire.
Uh-oh, where's my hat?
Did you want me, honey?
Yes. I wanted you to know that two more nieces has just arrived from Georgia.
Yeah, I's Jane.
And I's Mary.
And I is leaving.
Now, George Kingfish Stevens.
Oh, that's my full name, honey. Full name, yeah.
Yes. Look here. We're going to have a showdown right now.
Well, now, look here, honey. I can explain everything.
You're going to have to. You two nieces in the kitchen. Come on in here.
Come on in, Sapphire.
What is it, Aunt Sapphire?
Look here, George. How is it that after all these years you've been telling me you got 2 nieces, you all of a sudden comes up with 4 of them? And this better be good.
Well, now, I tell you what. Now, listen, honey, baby. Let's go easy with this. Now, let's take the thing 2 nieces at a time. Now, take these 2 nieces here first. They is the daughters of my sister Genevieve, ain't you, gal?
That's right, Sapphire. And what about the other 2?
Yeah, well, I just come into them now. They is the daughter of my other sister that I ain't never told you about.
That's right, Aunt Sapphire.
What other sister, George? What's her name?
Yeah, her name. You know, I never could remember her name, and that's why I ain't never told you about her.
Is you gonna ask me to believe that?
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna ask you, but you could sort of volunteer to.
Yeah, well, now that everything is straightened out, I guess I'll run along.
Sit down, Andy.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
And now, George, while you is still able to talk, I'd like to know how come your 2 sisters named their daughters here Mary and Jane?
Yeah, well, now, the reason for that was, say, by the way, gals, did your mothers ever mention why to name you both Mary and Jane?
No, Uncle George. Why?
Yeah, well, Sapphire, any more questions you want to ask the gals there?
Look, George, you ain't getting away with this. For the last time,
Yeah, I'll get it, honey.
No, you won't. Everybody stay where you is.
Yeah.
Well, what do you 2 want?
We's Uncle George's 2 nieces. Yeah, I's Mary and she's Jane.
2 more nieces, huh? All right, come on in and line up with the rest of them. Right in here, girls.
Oh, Anna, these is my real nieces.
Kind of crowding up on us, ain't they?
Yeah.
Well, George, now you have got yourself 6 nieces, all named Mary and Jane.
Honey, look like nieces got a run in my family, don't it? Yeah.
Speaking of running, that give me an idea.
Wait a minute, Anna, wait a minute. Now, listen, honey, take it easy. Stay where you is, will you?
George, come out from behind them nieces.
Oh, sweetheart, honey, put down that desk lamp. Think what you might do with it.
All right, then, you nieces. Step out from in front of him.
Yes, Aunt Sapphire.
Sapphire, please, I'm begging you.
And now, Andy, what have you got to say?
Could you lend me $3 to take all these nieces to the Orpheum?
Now, here is something important. Be sure to be with us again next Friday night at this same time when Amos and Andy will have as their guests, listen closely, folks, the guests next week will be Jack Benny and Rochester. Yes, sir, both Benny and Rochester on the Amos and Andy show next Friday night. Oh, say, wait a minute, folks. Amos and Andy are in their office now. Let's open the door and see if we can get a line on anything.
You mean to say, Andy, that you and the Kingfish is going to open up an employment agency?
Certainly we is. All kinds of employment work. If a fella needs a new valet, we'll get him one. If a valet don't like his boss, we'll get him a new job. Oh, Amos, it's going to be great.
Well, folks, I guess we can just about figure out what's going to happen to Jack Benny and Rochester next week. Don't forget to listen in. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight to you, for all of us, here's an important reminder. The Japanese still control lands from which we used to import 1 billion pounds of fats a year. That simple fact should persuade you of the absolute necessity of saving every drop of used kitchen fat and turning it in to your butcher. He'll pay you for it and give you 2 red points for every pound you turn in.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns, Gracie Allen, on the show and it's orchestra. From singing glee with the smoothies three. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston. Time for fun with Burns and Allen, and time for you to discover the way women all over the country have learned how to give the family a breakfast that is different. Serve Spam and eggs. Just open a can of Spam, cut off slices of this delicious meat, and fry quickly in a hot pan. Man alive, how those golden brown, sizzling hot slices of tender, juicy, taste-tempting meat make a hit. The family will say, "Gee, Mom, that's the best breakfast we've had in a long time." That's because Spam is different. A combination of pork shoulder meat to make Spam sweet and juicy, and the ham meat it takes to give Spam that extra flavor and goodness. Look for this sentence, pork shoulder meat with ham meat added, on the label of the Spam can. Then you'll know you're getting the real thing, the genuine S-P-A-M Spam. Of our great big happy family, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much. Well, Gracie, tonight is election eve. Tomorrow is the big day. You go to the polls and you vote for the man you'd like to have with you for the next 4 years.
Oh, swell.
Who are you going to vote for?
Clark Gable.
Gracie, Clark Gable is handsome, romantic, a great lover, has a lot of personality, but he knows absolutely nothing about politics.
Well, nobody is perfect.
Look, try to understand. In order to run for office, you have to belong to a certain party.
That's Clark Gable.
What party does he belong to?
Carol Lombard.
Look, Gracie, I'll try to explain election to you.
Good.
Let's start at the beginning.
Good.
Now, where did you register?
Good.
No, where did you register?
Oh, at the corner drugstore.
Good.
So that's my stuff.
Never mind. Now, tomorrow, when you go into that drugstore, someone at the door will hand you a folded piece of paper. Do you know what's printed on it?
Giant size malted milk special today, 11 cents.
No, it's the ballot listing the candidates. Anyway, in the drugstore, you'll see a voting machine.
What's that?
What's at the polls that votes every 5 minutes?
My brother.
Gracie, did you read your ballot?
Oh, I know it by heart.
What's proposition number 5?
Let's park here, babe. I ran out of gas.
Gracie, I'd like to talk to you. Will you come a little closer?
That's proposition number 4.
Gracie, proposition number 5 is daylight saving time.
What's that?
Well, there's a certain amount of daylight in each day.
Yes.
They want to add 1 more hour to give us more sunshine. And I say, let's squeeze in the extra hour.
That's proposition number 3.
Look, Gracie, when I go to the polls, I'm voting against you.
Bueno, ¿y qué es eso del día, de la noche, de la hora, el cambio ese? Yo no entiendo qué cosa es.
Well, the kid is tired again. What is it, Senor Lee?
I know who you're going to vote for, Senor Burns. When you were talking on the telephone, I was eavesdropping.
It's not dripping, it's dropping.
Drip.
Drop.
Drip.
Drop.
Drip.
Drop.
We're having unusual weather?
Quiet, guitar player.
Say, George, does daylight saving time affect the whole country?
Well, yes, it does. You see, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
You know, it's too bad it doesn't rise in the west and set in the east.
Why?
Well, then you could drive to work in the morning without having the sun in your eyes.
Gracie, for thousands of years, the west has been in the west, the east has been in the east, the north has been in the north, and the south has been in the south.
That's the trouble with this country. It's in a rut.
Leave the country alone. It's doing fine.
You know, I think it'd be a lot better to put the Atlantic Ocean where the Pacific Ocean is and the Pacific Ocean where the Atlantic Ocean is.
Wait a minute.
And
Wouldn't that be rather confusing?
well, that's the idea. It would fool the other navies.
Yeah, well, you haven't thought of an idea for Pikes Peak, have you?
Mm-hmm. I'd level it off.
You'd level off Pikes Peak?
Well, sure. So on a clear day, the people in Denver could see Catalina.
Artie, what are you going to play tonight?
The blues from William Grant Still's Lenox Avenue Suite, George.
Well.
By the way, I got it all in, too. George, who was that beautiful girl you were dancing with at Ciro's the other night? You really had a grip on her.
Well, for your information, wise guy, she happened to be my aunt.
Brother, if that was your aunt, somebody ought to tell your uncle.
Gee whiz, a fella can't go out with his own aunt without somebody making up a wisecrack. Fella's got to have a little fun. After all, you take all the sunshine out of life, and what have you got?
Daylight saving time.
That isn't what I meant.
George, I never knew you had any aunt.
Well, I have.
Yeah, the way he did that rumba, he must have aunt.
Well, as long as you fellows want to talk about something, it wasn't my aunt. She happens to be Fifi Lamont, star of the Follies Bergère.
Star of the Follies Bergère?
That's right.
She must be costing you plenty.
Oh, yeah? Yesterday, she cooked dinner for me, and right after dinner, I wiped the dishes with her.
Well, is that easier than using a dish towel?
Imagine a girl like that falling for an old thing like you.
Oh, yeah? If I'm such an old thing, how come the first time I met her, she took me for 25?
Well, maybe that's all the money you had.
Anyway, Fifi is coming up here tonight, and you'll really see a beautiful girl. Gee, I wish I knew something to say in French.
Well, say what my uncle said the first time he met a French girl.
What did he say?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, qu'est-ce que ça?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, qu'est-ce que ça? What does that mean?
Well, I don't know, but it must mean something. They're married now and have 12 children.
Artie, play. Qu'est-ce que c'est, qu'est-ce que ça? That was swell, Artie. You really stepped out on that clarinet.
Oh, say, George, when is Miss Fifi of the Follies Bergère getting here? I'd sure like to meet her.
Oh, she'll be here. When she gets here, you'll really see something. She's really a doll face. And her nose is so cute, the way it turns up.
How long has it been lost?
Imagine her being stuck on me. You know, she's a Follies Bergère girl, and she's got stage door Johnnies.
Are they anything like the measles?
Gracie, don't you believe me? Look at my face. Can't you see it in my eyes? This time it's really love.
That's proposition number 3.
Bud, do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, please, George, this is so sudden.
I don't mean that.
Oh, I know what you mean. I'll never forget once I met a fellow in the movie. He was sitting on an empty seat, and there was an empty seat in the middle of the row. So I sat down in his lap, and I was watching the picture, and all of a...
Gracie, look, if there was an empty seat, why did you sit on his lap?
Oh, I hate to make people get up in the middle of a picture just so I can get a seat.
So you sat down on his lap?
Yes, and all of a sudden I felt his hand on my shoulder, and did I get mad? And I said to him,
Gracie, the man wanted to see the picture. After all, he couldn't see through you.
Yeah, but I could see through him, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
And before I knew it, he grabbed me, and he hugged me, and he kissed me.
Well,
and
why didn't you call the manager?
I did. And he made him leave the theater and get in his car.
Well, that's the end of that.
No, I had just as much trouble with him in his car.
Well, anyway, wait till you meet Fifi. She's really something.
Well, I was out with a showgirl the other night, George, who was really something.
You, Bud Heaston, went out with a showgirl?
Oh, shh, not so loud. I don't want my scoutmaster to hear.
You a Boy Scout going out with a showgirl?
Well, you don't think the fellows call me Lone Wolf Heaston just because of my merit badges.
Well, what happened with this girl?
Well, the first night I met her, she threw her arms around me and kissed me for 22 seconds.
Well, how did you know it was exactly 22 seconds?
Well, because while she was kissing me, I said to myself, Spam is such tender, juicy, delicious meat. Spam is made of pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. That's why it's different. Spam makes a meal that sticks to the ribs and needs no refrigeration. And that always takes 22 seconds.
You know, Bud, as a lover, you're something less than a C. Aubrey Smith.
Say, George...
I thought that would get something. You had such a big argument about that.
Well, look, George, if you want a few hints on how to impress Fifi, listen to me. Now, first of all, you're dressed all wrong.
I do?
You should wear a dark suit and a red tie and a black shoe and a brown shoe and a carnation in your lapel.
Just a minute.
And...
I wear a black shoe and a brown shoe?
Well, certainly. You don't want her to think you only have one pair of shoes.
Well, all right. I'll go right out and get myself a black shoe and a brown shoe.
Open-toed.
Open-toed?
We just do want her to think you haven't any socks.
Well, thanks for the advice.
Oh, it was nothing. And when you take Fifi into a restaurant and you're drinking coffee, be sure to hold your little finger out.
Hold my little finger out?
Yes.
That's smart, huh?
Well, it's not smart, but you've got to have a place to hang your donuts.
You know, Gracie, I'll make an impression on Fifi without your advice.
Senor Burns, if you want to make a hit with a girl, why don't you do what I do?
What's that?
Last night, I took my girl to a movie and bought her some orchids.
It's not orchids, it's orchids. The CH is pronounced like K.
Oh.
What movie did you see?
The Dictator with Carly Kaplan.
Well, I'll not only take her to the movies, but I'll also buy her a bottle of Campaign. Didn't I get it over? Gee, I wonder what's keeping Fifi. I'm going out to phone her. Soundman, open the door. Gee, it's 7:45.
7:45, oh.
Soundman, hey, 4 years in Harvard. What are you yelling about? What happened?
Forgive me, Mr. Burns. That was my draft number.
Well, they probably won't get to you for a long time, Harvard.
Well, I'm not worried about that. I just wanted to suggest somebody to take my place when I'm called. You see, it'll take me 8 or 9 months to break him in.
How can it take anybody 8 or 9 months to learn how to open and close a door?
He happens to be a Yale man.
I'm going out to call Fifi. I'll be right back.
Hey, can you imagine George going out with a girl from the Follies, Berger? He's really a fast worker.
At his age, you gotta work fast. Come in.
Bonjour. Pardonnez-moi, mais je suis très tard et je cherchais Monsieur... Oh, I say, I am looking for George Burns. He is here? Yes? No?
Oh, I know what George means. Boy, she's beautiful.
Yeah, should happen to me.
I'm just a little bit late, and I hope George is not angry with his Fifi.
Why, Sadie Smith!
Gracie!
Well, I haven't seen you since you and my sister were waitresses in the chili bowl.
Yes, say, whatever happened to Bessie?
Oh, she gave up her job. She doesn't have to work anymore.
You mean she got married?
No, she got divorced.
Oh.
Sadie, how long have you been in the Follies?
Me? I'm still a waitress at the chili bowl. But listen, don't tell George. I must always be Fifi to him.
Oh, that's a swell joke on George. He'll be right in.
Okay, then I guess I better go out and come back in again. I don't want him to get wise that you know me. Well, au revoir.
Demi-tasse.
Well, well. So George's French beauty turns out to be a waitress in the chili bowl, huh?
Shh, here he comes. Oh, I just called up Fifi, and there's no answer. I wonder when my little lamb will get here.
Well, as soon as Fifi brings it.
Now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Trade Wind.
Ooh, listen to the trade wind blow. Down where the trade winds play. Ooh, down where you lose a day. We found a new world where paradise starts. We traded hearts way down where the trade winds play. Music was everywhere. Ooh, flowers were in her hair.
Under a morning of silvery
Vows we traded vows the night that I fell away. Oh, trade winds, what a vow that love was made. Oh, trade winds are the only made to break. When it is way again, ooh, I fell away again. So I'm returning, it's not the same. She traded her name down where the trade winds play. Oh, trade winds, what are vows? What are the vows? And all the lovers say trade winds are the only made to break. When it is May again, I'll sail away again. Though I'm returning, my love is burning, still it's not the same. You know, what love is so. Trade winds blow, you gotta go. Oh, blow, you gotta blow. Trade winds blow, blow.
Look, Gracie, you can help me out. You've been out with fellas.
Not since this morning.
Well, anyway, when Fifi gets here, she'll probably want to go to a nightclub, and I'd much rather drive to the beach. After all, a fella... Well, anyway, what does a fella say to a girl when he wants a spoon?
Well, that all depends whether you want a teaspoon or a tablespoon.
Teaspoon or a tablespoon? I'd like to know what goes on in your mind.
I'd like to know what goes on in every woman's mind.
You would?
You know, I got to thinking about you women in cities, towns, and villages all over this country, and the questions you must have in your minds when you go shopping. Being the wise shoppers that you are, you naturally are greeted with all sorts of claims and counterclaims about the food your family eats.
But when are you going to tell them about Spam?
Oh, right now, Gracie. Here's something you should know about Spam. The thousands of you who use Spam regularly have discovered that Spam is really delicious meat. Easy to use, handy to keep on hand because it doesn't need refrigeration. You know Spam is an ideal mealtime aid because fried, baked, or served cold, Spam really makes a hit. There's a reason for that. Spam is different. And to take the guesswork out of your shopping, we tell you right on the label just how Spam is made. Always look for this sentence on the label of the Spam can. Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. There's the difference. Spam is nothing else but those two choice cuts. We use pork shoulder meat to make Spam sweet and juicy. We use the ham it takes to give Spam the extra flavor and goodness that simply would not be there without it. That's why Spam's meaty flavor, its tender goodness, has made it the most popular meat item in a generation. So whenever the occasion calls for delicious meat at your house, ask your food dealer for SPAM Spam. That's the way to ask for extra flavor, extra quality.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the butt.
Now listen, everybody. When Fifi gets here, I may act kind of bossy, and that's only because I want to show her that I'm the fellow that runs all the stuff around here.
So you want to give her the impression that you're a big shot. You're going to lay it on thick, huh, George?
Well, yes, I'm going to lay everything on a platter.
Do you think she'll be able to lift it?
And another thing, Fifi never listens to the radio, and she doesn't know that I'm a comedian.
Oh, don't worry. She'll never find it out up here.
Well, in case I say something witty, I'd appreciate it very much if you'd laugh it up a little bit.
You mean like Don Wilson?
Well, not so much. Oh, well, that's her now.
Oh, quick, George, fix your tie. Your knot is loose.
My knot?
Yeah, oh, pardon me, it's your Adam's apple.
Oh, yes. I guess it slipped a little bit. Come in.
Ah, there you are, George, my darling. Now that I see you again, I am, how you say it, très content, très heureuse, très charmante, très ravissante.
Ah, Fifi, you are lovely tonight.
Ah, you are très, très jolie.
Gracie, doesn't she talk a snappy French?
Yeah. You can notice it by the way she handles those trays.
Well, anyway, Fifi, this is Gracie Allen.
I am so very happy to meet you.
And Gracie, this is Fifi Lamont, star of the Follies Bergère.
How do, Fifi? Pull up a counter and sit down.
Please, and Fifi, this is Artie Shaw.
Oh, bonjour. Je suis très contente de faire votre connaissance. Monsieur Shaw, you are so ooh la la.
Fifi, you are so à la carte. À la mode.
Top of the mode. Well, don't mind him, Fifi. He probably learned his French off a menu. And this is Bud Heaston.
Ah, you American man, you are so merveilleux.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, that means terrific in French.
Oh, Fifi, Spam.
Spam? What does that mean?
Well, that's terrific in any language.
You know, that Bud always says the right thing.
Oh, yes, he's smart. Want to see him make a fire with 2 sticks?
A little later, not Fifi, now you've met the whole Spam family.
Poopsie, you're so busy you forgot to kiss your little Fifi.
Well, Fifi, you see, kissing, well, I read someplace that it shortens one's life.
Well, who wants to live forever? Come here, baby.
Never mind, Artie. I'll kiss Fifi. Come here, Fifi.
Oh, some kisser.
Yeah, hasn't he?
Please, Gracie.
You know, that Poopsie has really turned out to be quite a romantic kid.
Romantic? Here, read this poem you just
The
said.
poem?
Oh,
No,
let me
Fifi.
see it.
No,
Oh,
come
the
on.
Poopsie
Fifi,
writes
we've
poems.
got to go. We've got to get to the bowl. There's a concert.
Oh, well, goodbye.
Oh, Fifi, if you don't show me the pole, it may be chilly at the pole, if you know what I mean.
Now, don't do it, Fifi. Let me give you a little tip.
Put it under the plate.
Quiet.
Oh, the poem, well, here it is.
Let's see what
Oh, isn't this
Gracie,
cute?
give me that poem.
Now, please,
I won't let you read it.
Please.
Give me that poem.
George.
Well, Fifi, I'll talk to you later.
Fifi, you for me, Fifi. And to put it very briefly, if you will be my weefy, I'll be down to get you in a jiffy.
Oh, stop laughing. My name is George Burns, not Robert.
Never mind, Senor Burns. Your poem sounded like it was written by Keats.
The immortal Keats?
No, the dead-end Keats.
Well, come on, Fifi. Let's go.
Au revoir. Goodbye. Oh, and George, I want to congratulate you. Fifi's a lovely girl. You can depend on her.
Oh, thanks, Gracie.
No matter what happens, she'll always be waiting.
Do you really think she'll always be waiting?
Unless she gets lucky like my sister Duffy and marries one of the customers.
Huh? Well, this is silly. Come on, Fifi, let's go.
Goodbye, Fifi, and make George take you in for something to eat.
Yeah? Well, don't worry about me being tight. I took him into Ciro's last night, and we had lobster, and you should have seen the one Fifi ate.
Ay, caramba, that's my draft number.
What's your draft number?
158.
Goodbye, everybody. Come on, Fifi. We better
Say,
go.
Gracie, I can't let this thing go any further. I'm going to tip George off.
You mean you're going to tell him who Fifi really is?
Yeah, I'm going to give him a few hints. George.
What is it, Ollie?
Come here a second, will you, George?
Well, pardon me a second. I'll be right with you, Fifi.
Look, I'm in a very funny spot, George. I've been taking out a certain girl,
Yes.
and she fooled me by passing herself off as a big, glamorous star.
Yeah?
I just found out she works as a waitress in a restaurant. What do you think I ought to do, brush her off?
Brush her off? Why don't you do what I'm doing?
What you're doing?
Yeah. You see this glamorous French babe, Fifi? Nothing. Sadie Smith works in a chili bowl.
You mean you knew that all the time?
Certainly.
And you're still taking her out?
Taking her out. Where else can you get a girl who looks like Hedy Lamarr, kisses like Ann Sheridan, and gives you a 10-course dinner for 39 cents?
Look, folks, Spam, a combination of meats originated by Hormel, has become a new word for something good to eat. Spam is the most popular meat item brought out in a generation. Hundreds of thousands of families from coast to coast are already using it regularly. Now, you've been listening to Burns and Allen each week. Are you one of the people who has promised yourself that you'd try Spam soon? If you haven't, now's the time. You're really missing something. Spam is handy, convenient, easy to serve, and downright delicious. Go to your food store tomorrow and ask for SPAM Spam.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, just a minute, George. Before we go, I'd like to say something to all voters of this country.
Well, that's a lovely thought. Voters of this country, Gracie has something to say to you. Go ahead, Gracie.
How?
Good night, all.
Listen again next Monday night, same station, same time, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies, brought to you by Hormel and Spam. This is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.